Dope addicts are here.
Yeah, because at approximately 5:18 yesterday afternoon, there was an explosion
Very exciting.
in
Oh,
Gina Barberi's neighborhood.
I was worried.
Just to catch you up on the goings on, I have not pooped in 6 days, which apparently for some people is normal.
Sure, that's what Dr.
Which
Cobble
I did
said.
not realize.
Yeah, some people only poop once a week.
I'm a daily pooper. Usually.
I'm a daily or more. Sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times a day, which also is apparently normal.
Yeah. So when I hadn't for a while, I became concerned, especially as I was consuming food every day and thinking there must be some,
Something's
point
wrong.
at which it's
Something-
gonna.
Where the food comes out is not
Yeah,
coming out.
I can't keep putting it in if
Yeah.
it's not I got worried.
Yeah, but that's over.
But yesterday I found a window
Mm-hmm.
where I could do the
Miralax.
Did you make
extreme.
today? Did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? That's poison in the body, you know.
Did you send the kids away
so
so that they didn't have to hear that?
So they weren't home yet. I began it. Yeah. So I got the Miralax and the Gatorade, and I began the process. And in the middle of the process, my sailor son Festus called me.
Oh,
Well, you have your phone in the bathroom. That's okay.
no, he sensed a rising tide being a sailor.
Exactly. And he
Miralax in the morning, sailor take warning.
That's right.
he was very excited to tell me about. He's been doing these medical clinic rotations, and I said, "What'd you have today?" He said, "A couple of pukers and one it hurts when I pee." So it was a very exciting day
Yeah.
in the Naval Medical Clinic.
Were you in the process of busting the dam?
Well, no, I told him again. I've never discussed this with all of you or with my son before, the intricacies of the gutty works.
But he
And your
wants-
husband still doesn't know about this.
No, God, don't. Nobody tell him.
But your son wants to be a doctor, right?
I know, and so he said, "Let's talk about it."
Okay.
So we talked about it, and he told me, he said, "Mom, I didn't poop for almost 2 weeks at boot camp." Poop? I'm like, 2 weeks? He's like,
That
"Yeah."
That doesn't
like,
seem
"So-
right.
You are way more concerned about this than the rest of us in the world, Gina.
Like 2 weeks? He's like, "Yeah, it was, there was no time to poop in boot camp. I didn't."
No time to poop.
I think that's a movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So while I'm talking to him, I told him, well, I decided to do the total colon blowout cleanse. I'm not messing around with stool softeners. I don't have time for that. I want the thing that's going to make it all.
Yeah.
And so while I'm talking to him, I had to stop him mid-sentence and say,
Oh, my.
"Excuse me. I will talk to you later."
I just would have continued the conversation. I wouldn't have said I'm going into the bathroom. Why'd your voice
So-
get echoey all of a sudden?
So I don't know if it was a combination of talking to my son and the Miralax and Gatorade. Whatever it was it
Well,
happened.
I'm glad
So-
I'm glad that happened, but I take issue with something here.
With what?
When I opened my Twitter feed this morning,
Uh-huh.
and all I saw from Gina Barberi being tweeted was a mushroom cloud, a nuclear explosion, and the word boosh, I thought, oh shit. I mean, oh heck.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Oh heck. Oh heck. It started. It has started. Russia is lobbing nukes at us, and we're lobbing nukes at. I went. Oh my God,
I'm
no!
sorry. I'm sorry.
You could have at least said,
And on second thought, that song is about nuclear war.
Yes.
Sorry.
So maybe we should have went with When the Levee Breaks by Led Zeppelin. Now,
It's
7
7
minutes
minutes
long.
long, but
And I'm being honest, like for a nanosecond, I
I'm
went,
sorry.
oh my God, no. Oh,
I'm-
I get it.
I'm sorry.
But for people who may not really follow the show that closely, perhaps they looked at it and decided to take shelter. You can all come out now,
I'm sorry.
unless you live in Gina's neighborhood. Maybe you want to stay in.
Stay in.
I selected the wrong GIF. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it should have been a waterfall or
Yeah,
Something.
yeah. I like that song though, "Party at Ground Zero." It always makes me. I think that song makes it makes all the boys and girls want to get hepped up on dope and then go dance. Mm-hmm. It's like you just can't
That's
stop
exactly
yourself.
it.
That
Can't
was
stop yourself.
the best concert I ever saw at Deviate.
Fishbone.
Fishbone?
I saw a lot of concerts at Deviate, but that
Fishbone's
was
a good
the best.
show.
Part of what I like about that song too is that whole last part of it is really reminiscent of stuff that Frank Zappa has done over the years. The dooby-doo-ba, the pa-pa-doo-ba. I like it a lot.
Fishbone is I shouldn't say was, I should say is, because they're still around. A very unique ska band.
Yeah.
Really talented. I mean, they throw stuff in there that's not necessarily ska, which is great.
That's when people ask me how do I get into ska, I say start here.
Dip
With
your toe
Fishbone.
into ska.
Dip your toe into Fishbone a little bit, and then we'll go after that. We'll talk more later.
Maybe you ought to work
Report
your
back
way
to
up to.
me.
Maybe you should work your way up to Fishbone, though.
I think Fishbone grabs you, pulls you in, gets you excited, and you want more. So you're like, oh,
Yes.
yeah.
But then all ska seems just so secondhand after, to me, I hear Fishbone.
That's true.
I go, yeah. The rest of it's just kind of dross, just kind of bleh.
Well, then you need to go see Real Big Fish.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
another live band that just anytime they perform and you go see them, it's a great show.
Well.
Well, I'm glad to hear there was movement.
Yes, and it's so last night after all of this, went to Muhammad's basketball game, and I told you guys I have a couple of friends who were GI doctors, and one of them was at the basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I almost called you. If what I did today didn't work, you were going to get a phone call from me about this situation. And he said, calcium citrate or magnesium citrate? Is that what you... That's what I would have told you to do. I'm like, that's what I did.
Yeah, that's what Miralax is, right?
That always works.
People take magnesium supplements for muscle aches and twitches and pains.
Oh.
And I was having a bout of that, and my wife said, well, I was having like a lot of Charlie horses and muscle spasms and stuff. My wife said, well, you ought to take magnesium.
Yeah.
I take it every day, so take some magnesium, and that probably will. And so I started taking magnesium. And then I found that I was in the bathroom a lot. And I said, maybe about a week of that, I said to my wife, I don't know what's wrong with me. And she said, are you taking the magnesium? And I said, yeah. And she said, stop.
There we go.
That's what it is.
It's working
Yeah,
too
I'm
well.
really sensitive to it. I can't take any of it. It's just like, bam.
Well, this has been
It's an elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
it was
They
both.
go together. Nick, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Nick
no.
Davis is producing the show today. So
We can't hear you, Nick, if you're talking.
I wasn't.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I was not talking.
Now, are you talking now?
I am talking now.
Okay, then we can hear you.
All right.
I can't talk so loud. We can hear you.
Reminding him to make when he waits too long and gets plugged up.
All right. Let's get this going so we can get it over with.
Yeah, we need to get it over with so I can go do some more work out at the International Sportsman's Expo this morning at 11. I'll be out there. But in the meantime, why don't you call us with your tales of Miralax or whatever you'd like to talk about. Chat us up here. It's instead of check-ins, maybe we should just call it the Chat Us Up feature. Call 877-602-9696 and chat us up, won't you? We'd love to hear from you in the morning. You can talk about anything you want. Say hello, 877-602-9696.
BigOTires.com.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
In light of recent events, I think it's instead of oh.
Big O Tires, locally owned and operated, and Big O guarantees the lowest price on every tire every day. But on top of that, right now, save up to $100 instantly on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, or Pirelli brand tires.
That goes on through March 27th.
They're fast, too. I went in to have a flat fixed, and I thought I'd be there for a while because there were a lot of cars there. And so I grabbed a few comic books to sit down in the lobby and read, and I got only through one comic book, and I was out of there.
Yeah, Big O Tires knows that, tire repair, or maybe you have to get brand new tires, and they do other stuff, too, working on your car. It can be kind of an unexpected expense, so they have no credit needed financing. Find out all about it at BigOTires.com.
Hi, I'm Todd.
Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears,
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, James.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and relationships.
Thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
sex therapist?
When you are, when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask? Or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
It adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right. Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I would like to say, and I don't think it is, I'm sorry for sorry in it. I don't think I know something. I have to see, and again, and that mother and daughter, and you cut both of them out, but you send those strawberries, for a lot of not necessary, and a carry on talk, and I take the person over, and I say the visitor. And I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where, Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key.
It's a pulling.
Part of the, it's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling. Catherine. I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
a
couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi-curious is what he's asking?
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh.
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Well.
So, Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, first to the Lord, if you get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the and then the second on he's a tea, oh, and then you turn, and then I turn down a little bit, and then you just like him, and then you will up for them, and then he can live more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
One more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
he does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw blade.
Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany.
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your... tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, I know just a minute. Catherine, Brittany, whatever your name is, I think I know. And then you go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you go to heaven. You really have a partner. So what you need to do is tell about it and what you think about it. And then you go in, and then I think I have no more person magic. And then if you think of the word, and then you want to say, and then I think the power of the end up in a three-way.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
All right, yes. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as a pulling because they're higher pitched.
Yeah. I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
There we go. All right, it's 6:23. Let's get this over with.
May cause abdominal distension. That's not something that you really want.
No.
All right.
Well, legally, you got to put that warning in there.
Yeah.
So, you know.
All right, let's get it on. We'll officially begin the program, and then we'll go to you so that you can chat us up at 877-602-9696.
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
I haven't had a chance to look outside today, but
looks great out there.
The moon is out there. Carrie has seen it. It's beautiful.
Well, I saw it at midnight. I didn't see it this morning.
Beautiful this morning. It won't set until 8:05 a.m., so you have plenty of time to enjoy today's full moon.
Everybody look at the moon. Everybody seeing the moon. The moon is white, it's milky white. Everybody look at the moon. I did a song.
And that day being Friday, the 18th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the lords of morning radio, sons of the soil, Kentucky colonels, each one of us. Local wag, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill. I've got my ear to the ground all red. And there's Gina, Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer, but she's not here today. Nick Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal, is taking Nick doing his best to look like Adolf Hitler with that stupid little mustache.
Oh,
That's dumb.
No, that's way,
all we
way
can
longer
see,
than Adolf
yeah,
Hitler,
but see,
right?
all I can see is the little black part of it right under your nose.
It's too bright. I got the nice little camera light on, and it's.
Yeah,
it's
be aware in certain situations, people will mistake you for Adolf Hitler. That's all I'm saying. We've got Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out with the show as well.
All right.
Now, chat us up.
Let's begin with best friend of the program, Allison Sabo.
Hi, Allison.
Hi.
Well, now, hi, thanks for letting me listen. Well, you want chat 'em up rather than poop chat, so now I don't know what to say.
Listen,
we can
Allison,
poop chat if you want,
it is today is
Okay.
awkward. Today is awkward moments day.
Yes.
Some things are just better
okay,
out
so
in the open, and awkward moments day on March 18th is your chance to embrace an embarrassing conversation. So please do it.
Poop chat, then. Gina, I enjoy poop chat. I love it, and sometimes I say to the radio, "Is this the show?"
Yeah, exactly.
I have said that to my radio before. But anyway, poop chat. One time when I got, I had to have surgery. I had to have my ACL reconstructed. And I'm a regular pooper. As soon as I wake up, I hit the toilet
Good
and
to know.
boom, poop.
Good
one
to
time
know,
per day.
Allison.
Super lucky. Super lucky, and I get that. But anyway, I'm on opioids, and you know those tend to make you all not poopy.
And goofy.
So a week went by. And a week went by without me pooping, and I walked I hobbled because my knee just got done. I hobbled into my orthopedic surgeon and I said, "I haven't pooped for a week, and I want that fixed right now."
You know what? This is our fault. We have opened this avenue of conversation.
This floodgate.
Floodgate. We have loosed the torrent of turd talk, and I'm sorry.
Is this the show?
Yes. Yes.
Gina, exactly. Is this the show? Yes.
Is
the
it
show
still the
Poop
show?
Chat, Bill. The show is poop chat.
And the show must go on. So let's all do it.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
Let's quickly go to Ashley. Hello, Ashley.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, lords and ladies.
Hi.
Morning.
I just wanted to say, good morning to everyone. I just wanted to say that today's about the 6 months anniversary that I've been listening to your show. So I wanted to say thanks for making these last 6 months bearable at work. And thanks for the poop chat that made me double check that my headphones were plugged in.
Well, you're welcome. And how did you find the show 6 months ago? I don't know if you've told us that, but please again.
I found a bumper sticker that was the Radio from Hell. And then I was talking to my dad about it because I don't have anything better to talk about. And then he was like, "Oh, those guys suck. They were mean to me when I called in once, and now I don't listen to them anymore."
Well,
and I was like, "Well, I can't like that."
You need your
he
dad to
takes
call back
things
in.
too personally.
Would
He
you
takes
do
things
us-
too personally.
do
It's
us a
probably just
favor?
he's not happy.
Allison, do us a favor. Would you please tell your dad how nicely we've treated you, how with what great respect, and if we treated him badly, say, the Radio from Hell people said, it was probably your fault, Dad.
Yes.
No, don't say that.
It was probably your fault because
exactly
they
it.
treated me, Allison, they treated me very well, so
All right.
must have done something
Thank
to
you.
piss us off.
Thank you, Ashley.
See you,
Thank you.
Ashley.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Is this part of the show?
I have no idea, but this is the best they've ever been.
I'm just glad that Poop Chat didn't chase Ashley away. She
Yes.
stuck around for it.
Well, the show is so political. Let's get some traffic, Gina, please.
Oh, let's see. Things are moving well this morning. I'm looking at the UDOT website, and it is green, north to south, east to west, all directions. Now, if you're seeing something that doesn't look like it's moving well, let's see. I thought a friend of the program sent in something. Yes, you did. Crash 78 South Bangor underpass affecting both directions on 78 South. Look how helpful you're being already. You sent that in via text at 33986. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes and models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Don't forget, 7 o'clock. I think this is our last season check-in with Victoria for the Real Housewives of Salt Lake update, because they have 3 season finales for some reason.
Maybe we'll pivot to another Bravo show after that.
Or we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what we got. We got all that and more on the way. Stand by. Brooklinen.com. Got up this morning, got in the shower, and then I got out of the shower and wrapped myself up in my Brooklinen bathrobe. Nice. Dried me right off. Brooklinen towel. Dried myself off. After sleeping all night in my Brooklinen sheets. They're wonderful. It's the internet favorite sheets and my favorite sheets. They have over 100,000 5-star reviews online. So if you need a little extra nudge, go check out the 5-star reviews, over 100,000 of them. If this is your thinking of trying Brooklinen, start with the sheets. That's what they're known for. They're best-selling luxe sheets, and then you'll get hooked and you'll work your way into the loungewear and the bath towels and all of that great stuff. I enjoy it. So go to brooklinen.com, use promo code X96 to get $20 off of your purchase of $100 or more. That's Brooklinen, BROOKLINEN.com. Enter the promo code X96 for $20 off your purchase today. Get comfortable, get it for less at Brooklinen.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehigh, who is suffering from Ponfar.
Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mates and find man who killed parents. Settle down and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehigh. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehigh here is Spock. I mean, they mind-melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snowgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jensen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehigh Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion. And we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehigh for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Hey, man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Shh, keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week, though.
Look, just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hansen gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elders!
workers in the show, and they all look really sophisticated. And so the whole show is her trying to figure out and piece together, what happened here. Why did, and it's...
And how do I not get blamed for it?
Yeah. Yeah, because, if a dead guy covered with blood is in your bed, well, somebody's going to assume you did it.
I didn't do it.
So it's a good, it keeps you on your toes. You don't know what's going on. Oh, and the dead guy, he's some handsome Spaniard or something. I think he's Spanish. Handsome guy, and he's alive because she goes back into the past, and
trying to reconstruct
how she met him and why she was in bed with him and the whole thing. Well, they're doing a second season of this, which I had no idea, because at the end of the first season, spoiler alert, she gives up the drinking. That's not a big spoiler because there are a lot of other things happen that are way bigger, but she gives up drinking. She's on the wagon. She doesn't drink anymore. That's it. Well, this whole next season, she will continue apparently to be on the wagon, but it doesn't do any. She still has a really wrecked personality. No matter,
she is
that's
a train
not the
wreck.
only thing wrong with her.
Yeah, sober or not, she's a train wreck. But
yeah.
Okay.
And so I'm excited to see season 2. And
Texter puts it great, Gina. You would like it because it is a morsel of murder.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I'll give it a go.
And just so you know, I was watching TV yesterday. Reacher is okay. He's okay. At the end of the series, I watched all of it. He's okay. He doesn't die.
So the star of our show does not die.
No, he doesn't. As a matter of fact, the 3 principal stars, they're all okay. They all come out of it okay. It was touch and go there. I thought maybe the black detective, I thought maybe he might get it, but he makes it. Everybody makes it through. It's okay, and I know you'll be happy to know that. Russian missiles. The Russians pressed their assault on Ukraine, hitting a building near the western city's airport, right near the Polish border, as world leaders push for an investigation of the Kremlin's repeated attacks on civilian targets, including airstrikes on schools, hospitals, and residential areas. Lviv Mayor Andriy Sadovyi said on Telegram that several missiles hit a facility used to repair military aircraft and damaged a bus repair facilities. No casualties immediately reported, but it is kind of scary that this is right on the border, very close to the border with Poland. Missiles being rained down on Ukraine at the doorstep of NATO. And an American lecturer, a 68-year-old man, was killed in a Russian attack in Ukraine. James Whitney Hill, known to his friends as Jimmy, killed by heavy artillery attacks on unarmed civilians. His identity was reportedly confirmed by an aide to the Ukrainian Interior Ministry. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said a U.S. citizen had been killed in Ukraine, but didn't provide a name or further details. But somebody came forward, Cheryl Hill Gordon, and said, "My brother Jimmy was killed yesterday in Ukraine. He was waiting in a bread line with several other people when they were gunned down by Russian military snipers. His body was found in the street by local police."
Those dangerous breadline standers. I can see why they...
And an Ogden business owner packed his bags this week and headed to Poland to help Ukrainian refugees. Jack Nolden owns 2 tattoo shops called Skin It in Ogden. After seeing the Russian invasion of Ukraine play out from his home, he said he felt compelled to go and help. Nolden raised more than $10,000 to buy supplies for Ukrainians fleeing the country. He said he put up $3,000 of his own money for travel expenses and a rental car. He's been documenting his entire journey on a Facebook page. You can find his name is Nolden, Knowlden, Jack Nolden. You can find his Facebook page. They had to warn me of the dangers of heading to where I'm heading, said Nolden, but the State Department says, be aware of what you're doing, and he said, I know, and I'm going anyway.
Sir, you are headed to a war zone?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says he's there helping with volunteer efforts, taking care of people who've been displaced.
I mean, good for him, you know.
Yeah, I think that's excellent.
That's great. Be careful.
So San Francisco's real estate market is notorious for obvious reasons. Home prices nearly doubled in 10 years, with not enough new housing being built to keep up with demand. Guess who's on track to be just like that? Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City, we are now in the top 10 of markets where homes have doubled and tripled in price.
Now you say, I see all these apartment buildings going up. That's apartment buildings. This is like, they're talking about single family homes. No one's building houses in Salt Lake.
The typical home value in San Francisco in January of 2022 was just under $1.4 million, second to San Jose, California. Then according to Zillow, I'm trying to see where Salt Lake falls on. I think they were like number 6. Salt Lake was number 6. They're predicting that we would be the next San Francisco. Home prices so overvalued that A, it will be hard for people to afford them, and B, that means there's no other housing for people.
And it means that you wonder, well, if Salt Lake's growing so fast, why are they talking about closing schools? They're talking about closing schools in Salt Lake because families can't afford to live in Salt Lake. They have to move further out somewhere.
Yeah, you may work in Salt Lake, but you have to live in Salina. You know,
that's kind of a drive.
Well, maybe you could move to Mona, Utah.
Mona,
so
Utah.
why not?
That's what the Mayor of Mona says. Mona, Utah. So why not?
I look forward to having some diversity in town, Daddy.
Oh, I know you like diversity.
It's like living on Sesame Street.
Denver.
Yes.
That's my son, Denver Criddle. Denver. There on Sesame Street, they got that guy who lives in a garbage can.
Oh, he's funny, Daddy.
We're going to have one of those pretty soon in Mona.
Oh, I can't wait.
A guy who lives in a garbage can.
I can't wait. He's funny.
Post Malone donated a signed guitar to help raise money for abused kids in Utah. The Cottonwood Heights Police Department tweeted that they had received the white Fender Squire from Post Malone. I don't know how much they're going to get for it, but I think it'd be pretty good money, and that will go to children. Let's see, one more story. How are we doing on time here?
One more.
Okay. Let's do this. You know those what do they call them? Speeders in Star Wars?
Land speeders?
Land speeders?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well.
They hover on the ground.
Yeah. Around the age of 12, David Myman tried to build a helicopter out of fence posts and an old lawnmower. That didn't work out too well. Needless to say, he said, I wasn't able to do it. But he said, I was brought up in a way that I guess challenged me scientifically. I was always told nothing's impossible. And so he, as an adult now, has been trying to build innovative machines that really do fly. And so he built some jetpacks. And these were jetpacks that worked. You remember, and you've seen pictures of people using them. He had a company that made jetpacks. He sold his business to develop that, and then he started working on a different kind of project, a vehicle he called a speeder. It's a machine that will be like a flying motorbike, like the land speeders. It will take off vertically, fly at fairly high speeds, but be compact enough to fit in the back of a pickup truck. Speeder is just one of the many flying machine projects underway. But so again, and Carrie, you mentioned this I don't know, last week I think it was, and I don't know why we were talking about it, but all of the things that have been created because of people who watched Star Wars and Star Trek.
Star Trek nerds, yeah.
Yeah. Then they try to recreate these. Oh, I know. We were talking about a thing that was like a replicator.
Yeah.
There are pictures. I don't know if we have one at x96.com/live, but pictures of his concept, and they look very much like that land speeder that Kerry's holding up
This is
right now.
This is a Star Wars speeder bike.
Yeah, and he thinks that he's going to do it.
Well, and there are speeder bikes. There's a lot of them in Star Wars and Star Trek. But yeah, that's where a lot of our scientific, our tech discoveries are coming from, is Star Trek and Star Wars nerds, because they go, I want that, I'll have to make it,
Yeah. Memory foam pillows? Tang?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, there you go.
No. And those come from Star
Memory
Wars?
foam pillows and Tang
and
other food in a tube.
Ice cream of the future?
Food.
Dippin' Dots?
Dippin' Dots.
So where we got Dippin' Dots?
Freeze-dried ice cream, which is like eating like styrofoam.
Gina, there's a whole documentary about this, about Trek tech, and
I don't believe they mention Tang in that.
No, that's what they're drinking in the cantina. They're Tang cocktails.
No, it's not. Sports, weather, traffic.
No.
I'm going to make Tang cocktails now.
They could be good. Think about it.
Can you even buy Tang still?
Sure.
I don't know. I haven't looked.
The Utah Jazz game tonight is featuring an all-female broadcast team. During Women's History Month, the Utah Jazz are making their own history.
Excellent.
With Utah's own Holly Rowe and many other women that are going to be taking over for the broadcast tonight for their home game.
Why didn't they ask you to be
I don't know.
Courtside or something,
I could do that.
You could do that easily.
I have a suit.
Maybe they heard that you were blocked up and didn't want to risk it.
They didn't want to take a chance.
That's nice of you. They play the Clippers tonight at 7, and Real Salt Lake home match tomorrow against Nashville. That will be at 7:30 at Rio Tinto Stadium. Weather, let's see. So weather for that game tomorrow actually be really nice. 63 for a high tomorrow. That's perfect for outdoor game. Will be a little breezy because there's a storm blowing in Saturday night into Sunday. 90% chance of rain, and could switch over to snow in some areas, but definitely rain down here in the valleys. Today, though, partly cloudy, 55 for a high. So today, a nice day also. Let's see if traffic is nice. I want everything nice today. Traffic appears to continue to be nice. I have no active incidents, at least as far as UDOT's reporting. And folks haven't sent in anything, so I'm saying you've got a good commute going on right now. If you see something, though, you can text us 33986. You can also text 33986 if you want to win tickets to the International Sportsman's Expo at Mountain America Expo Center. Going on this weekend. Text the word patrol, Patrol, patrol to 33986. You can enter to win tickets to the expo, and you'll also be entered into a grand prize, which is a $250 Sportsman's Warehouse gift card.
All right. Let's see. Now, coming up in our next break, it's our last, this is season 2, right? Our season 2 final finale with Victoria for the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. And we got Best Question of the Week. If you have a question for us, email it, radiofromhell@x96.com. Send that in to us. Have another drink with Jimmy coming up. He dropped some wine off at our doorsteps last night, and we're going to talk about it.
Damn Lent.
All of that and more coming up. Stand by. KXRK Provo.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! once again we join our missionaries as they orbit a small planet.
Hey, Lehigh, my sensors are picking up a distress signal from a small craft on the surface.
Yeah, I see it. Well, there's nothing else in this sector for parsecs. You know, we better land and see if they need some help.
Well, according to my tricorder, it should be right over there.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Well, that's odd.
What?
Well, it's just not often you find a spaceship made out of cardboard and held together with masking tape, staples, and paper clips.
Well, it's a good thing we came along. I'll bet they need our help. Oh, looky there. It's a guy in a spacesuit. Excuse me, sir.
Halt! Identify yourselves.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
Elders, sounds important. I'm Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, well, you know, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Mormons?
And we was wondering if we could offer you some assistance.
Yeah, looks like your craft could use some work. Why don't you let me take a look at that, huh?
Get back!
Oh, look out, Budge. He's got a...
looks like a little blinking red light on his wrist.
I have got to get someone at Space Command to look at this thing.
Hey, where are you headed, Buzz?
To infinity and beyond.
Ooh, sounds like fun. That's a nice spacesuit you got there. Hey, what do these buttons do?
Please, don't push the buttons on the suit.
I am Buzz Lightyear. I am Buzz Lightyear. I come in peace. Buzz Lightyear to the rescue.
Wow.
I told you not to press the buttons on the suit.
Oh, hey, that's cool. And this one... Wow, wings!
Yeah, I can fly. Will you leave the suit alone?
Well, looks like your ship is all ready to go. All you needed was a little duct tape to hold the vertical stabilizers in place.
I am forever in your debt.
Hey, listen, you want me to take a look at that little blinking red light laser device while we're here?
No, your companion has done enough fiddling with my equipment for one day.
Well, would you be interested in learning more about the teachings of our prophet, Joseph Smith?
Not today. It takes a long time to get to infinity, and then more to go beyond. I'd better get going. Nice meeting you.
Well, bye, Buzz.
Bye. Will Butch and Lehigh ever get anyone to listen to the first discussion? Will Buzz Lightyear make it to infinity, let alone beyond? Will Butch's duct tape repair job hold Buzz's ship together? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, it's a shame we couldn't convince him to convert.
Well, I doubt that action figure toys could count as converts, and I don't think action figures can hold the priesthood. Besides, I'd have to reprogram his voice chip in order to allow him to give the opening prayer.
On the next leg-shaving episode of Space Elders!
Okay. Let's see. It's 7:02, and is this sponsored?
Let's just dive right in.
Okay, let's get right to it.
Well, here she is. It's our friend Victoria, attorney at law in Reno, Nevada, the biggest little city in the world. How are things in Reno this morning, Victoria?
It's great. It's quiet so far. We're an hour behind, and so we have the world just open to us right now. So much could happen.
That's great. No sounds of gunfire yet.
Not yet. They haven't stormed our neighborhood yet, so I think I'm good for today. It's always it's touch and go every day.
And we have Victoria watch the Real Housewives of Salt Lake because, frankly, not one of us could bear doing it.
I know.
And we should. Being a morning show, we should watch it.
Yeah.
But we couldn't do it. So Victoria got a hold of us and said, I love everything Bravo.
And I love
I'm
you
a
guys.
lawyer.
And I love you guys. And so let's bring it all together. And I have your back. I will help you out with this. Shoulder the burden.
Thank you. Excellent. So what happened on this edition of Real Housewives of Salt Lake?
Okay, so I call this free at last of the second season. And you guys have made it. You've now made it through 2 seasons. I'm so proud of you. Yeah. And you're learning how this works. And so you, like you said, the finale of the finale of the finale. And so we call these the reunions. We made it to part 3. Part 3 is probably the most reunion parts of all the reunions because the first one was just the farting around.
Mm-hmm.
Second was kind of like and now we get to like really what the reunion is.
This is reunion-y, very reunion-y.
Reunion-y, yes. So we get the house husbands. They show up, which is what they try and do because, of course, they're part of the storylines. Mm-hmm. Seth is the only one who doesn't make it in person. And what they've been doing when COVID started, they've started setting up these big screens, and it's a really close shot of whoever can't make it. And it's just this giant head sitting either behind a chair or behind a person. And so I tweeted this out on my Twitter, and then I sent it to you guys as well. It's just so odd-looking. But he couldn't make it. They claim it's because of COVID, but he's not really around a lot anyway, just now and then to make inappropriate jokes and make us feel uncomfortable. So
well, to hell with him then.
Yeah, totally. Exactly. And actually related to that, the thing we talk about by bringing the husbands on is during the season, Whitney made a boob cake for Seth because we got to see montages of Seth just obsessed with Whitney's boobs. And again, Seth is Meredith's husband, not Whitney's. And so what Whitney says at Seth's birthday party is she gives him a cake and she says, I'd like to give you a mouthful of this and put this to rest. And it's gross. And then he gets very sexual with the cake at the party. It's gross. And so we'll see if we're done with this talk about Whitney's boobs.
I can see that in his eyes, too.
Yeah, he's slimy.
Yeah.
He's so gross. I don't like his sense of humor, so you get it. See, you don't need to watch it, Bill. You got it. And then one of our storylines, it's so funny, we had this early on, and it clearly didn't make it through the season, but Dewey had said so Dewey is Jenny's husband, and he had proposed them getting a sister wife. I think they have 4 kids. He wants more kids. They did have a child die, and so he wanted more kids. And he had proposed this, and we saw it discussed on the show. They rehashed it a little bit at the reunion, and he just said, "Well, I was just very business oriented. I wanted results." Well, so he says right now he's in therapy to work on his grief, and we'll see if the sister wife. Well, actually, we don't get any more Jenny, so we're done with Jenny.
Yeah, if his wife didn't want any more kids, he had no choice but to add another wife.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens, right? You have no choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and then of course, so Coach Shaw is there, and so then of course he gets lots of questions about Jen's arrest and her charges. And she got this phone call. So they were on this bus to go on a trip, and she got a phone call, and then she left saying that Coach has internal bleeding, and so she wasn't at the place where the FBI showed up to arrest her. And he backs up this story. There's a lot of holes in this story because the footage shows her asking Whitney to turn off her mic when she gets this phone call, but they have got this story down. They are committed to this narrative. And so he backs up this. He even says the internal bleeding has something to do with, I think, his rectum. So he has that extra little detail. I'm sorry, back to poop chat.
Nearly killed him.
That's and so anyway, and then Andy does ask him, did you ever question where any of Jen's money came from? And he said, no. He says, she works really hard. There's no reason to question any of this. So
she sells Tupperware, right? Shaw, Coach Shaw.
So let's get to that. So again, with the reunion, we want to rehash what happened throughout the season. And so we get a healthy discussion about her arrest and the charges. And so that's our highlight rehash topic of the weekend for this reunion. So she thinks that people are questioning her money. Anytime people question her money, she thinks this is about them being racist.
No.
So because, yeah, right.
Well, it might be. I don't know.
So you could actually make a drinking game about that because I think she brings it up at least 3 times.
Yeah.
So she thinks this is racist. Again, we reviewed the ring cam footage of where the cops and law enforcement did walk her kids out of the house with their hands up, which is unfortunate when they raided her house. So we talk about that. Andy asked her about Stu's guilty plea. So he's her business partner, and he pled guilty in all of this. And, of course, that doesn't look good for Jen's trial. And she says, of course, she can't talk about that. He does his survey. Would you like to take a survey? He asks if the housewives think Jen is guilty. They mostly walk around the issue. Meredith says, well, we'll see. And then Lisa and Heather say, well, if Jen says she's innocent, I believe Jen. So,
they stick together. That's good.
Yeah. We also get some clips of their audition tapes. So, again, they're talking about how much money Jen spends. And so it's fun to see kind of like how this all comes together. So we get to see Coach Shaw and Jen's audition tapes, clips from those about them talking about how much money she spends as a way of trying, sell her being on the show. And then the direct quotes that we have from Jen are my favorite from this episode. And this is her explaining her business. She says, I don't do lead generation. I do data monetization. So that explains everything. Right?
Okay.
That means taking people's data and using it to make money.
It still sounds like the same thing to me because when she explained it, I'm like, you're still getting people's information and then selling it. So
exactly.
How is that different from a lead generation? But whatever.
That's exactly.
And then in one of our yelling moments, she yells at Lisa, bitch, don't talk to me about an effing docket. I know what a docket is. And then Andy again wants to, recap the charges, the time she's facing, and Jen Shaw says, I don't know what the charges are. I don't know. And he's like,
come on.
He's like, you don't know? And she says, well, my lawyers say things, I meet with them, but, I don't know. So she's taking lots of accountability. Yes.
You're a lawyer. I don't know what a docket is either. What's a docket? what I don't know.
Lisa has 6 lawyers, so she's able to explain it to all of us.
Oh, okay.
6 lawyers?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the things we get during the season. When Jen gets arrested, Lisa is freaking out because she's wondering how it's going to affect her. So we get a montage of her calling all 6 of her lawyers.
How it's going to affect her. Not how it's going to affect her friend Jen or her husband or her kids. It's how it's going to affect Lisa.
Yes, and then we'll know if we are on the docket, because then we'll know if we need to worry about the docket.
What's a docket?
Oh, it's where they keep track of the cases. So it's what the judge's schedule is typically, and so what cases they're going to hear, and so and so when you go to the court and you go look at what's going to be heard, that's
you
the
go
docket.
to look at the docket. Okay.
Yes, but we also just refer. I mean, that just is used to organize. Like, here's what's on the docket. Here's what's on our schedule. Here's our plan for the day. Right. So all that. Yeah. So I didn't know if you were serious. Yes.
Sort of serious.
Yes. So here's some fun news that came out this week. I think it's fun as far as gossipy and not being very nice. But Justin, Whitney's husband, got fired from his job. So what's interesting about this is the speculation is that it might be because of that love art scene I told you guys about, where they strip down to their underwear and put paint on and get on a sheet.
Yeah.
But why this is also significant is what we learned in the season was they put a ton of money into rebranding Whitney's beauty business, and they talked about how much of their savings that they liquidated in order to rebrand her beauty line. And so, unfortunately, this might not be very good for them if he's lost his job. So we'll have to see what happens in the next season with this.
I can't wait.
I know.
Bill's on the edge of his seat.
We do know there is another season coming.
Yes, they're filming it right now. So, and then we do know, too, so we know that Jenny's not going to be on, and we know that Mary is not going to be on. It looks like we have 2 potential new housewives who we haven't really seen before. We don't know if they're going to be friends or if they're going to be regular cast members, but there's it looks like we're going to have the usual, and then, they've gone to Scottsdale, so look forward to that trip. That's going to be fun to watch.
Now it says here on the stuff you've sent us, Other Bravo.
Yeah.
And now,
go ahead.
it says Top Chef on Below Deck Sailing. Are you proposing that you might want to follow one of these shows? Is that...
We could. I didn't know how much interest we were going to be able to generate with this conversation, so I thought if needed, we could just shift to talk about other shows because we've just struggled with the last few episodes.
I'm kind of curious about that Below Deck Sailing yacht thing.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to talk about. There's different below decks as well. So I know that last week when we started talking about it, the listeners mentioned there are others. So what happens is there are different below decks, and they're on at different times. So currently what's on is Below Deck Sailing Yacht. After this will be Below Deck Med, and then we'll cycle back to Below Deck, just the classic. And these below decks aren't usually as long as the Housewives. I'm going to guess there's about 10 to 15 episodes, maybe 15 episodes. I think it's interesting, and so I thought I'd share like a little bit what happened this week to see if you're intrigued. But and then of course we've mentioned Top Chef, but I just thought we get these charter guests that come on, and you see how demanding they can be or not be. And one of the interesting things to notice is what services they require or request of the crew.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I like.
Yeah.
I want to know that.
And then they tip them. And so one of the things you pay attention to each time they get a new charter is how much this group tips them. So this group this last charter took 2 episodes. They were horrible. They said the food tasted, like he basically wanted McDonald's chicken nuggets. And they have this classically trained chef who has cooked for Jennifer Lopez and cooked for governments, and he said this food's no good.
Hey,
and so
Victoria,
go ahead.
Do you ever see clients? Do you ever go to court? Do you ever do a case?
Of course.
Because it doesn't seem as though you have any time with all the TV you watch.
I know how to decompress. Practicing, and especially I'm in criminal law, and working in criminal law is very, very stressful. This is how we decompress. And it's also like, also I don't want to be like that,
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, we'll figure out one of them. I'm kind of curious about hummus. Really?
That was the elimination. Really? That's what we made for the elimination challenge? Right. Hummus. Right. Come on. Come on.
Tell people where they can find you if they want more of this kind of thing.
Yeah, so follow me on Instagram at Judgy Empath. My Twitter is the Judgy Empath. And then I have a podcast with my husband, who is also a lawyer, called Couples Who Bravo Together.
All right. We'll be in touch.
Thank you
very
much, Victoria.
Okay, bye-bye.
We'll see ya. Traffic, Gina, please.
There's a crash southbound I-15, 50 East and American Fork. It's off to the right shoulder. Crash affecting all directions, 78 South Bangor Highway in Salt Lake. A friend of the program sent that one in. Thank you for doing that. They did that. I hope it was safe for them to text when they sent it in to 33986. You can, too. Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and powersport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
There you go.
Boners round 1 coming up here. The candidates will consider this time. This is the last round 1 of the week. Number 1, somebody has to be the water cops. Number 2, so it'll be art if someone gets hurt, right? And boner candidate number 3, an illegal monkey sale.
All right. Boners round 1 coming up after these. Oh, and we need your best questions of the week, if you could get them to us. Email them, radiofromhell@x96.com. We need some coming up. Stand by, X96.
So I've been thinking about something as I've been on this trek. This has really been kind of the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. walking along, and I mean, this is a staggeringly beautiful country. The vistas are almost indescribable. You see, we had a very good view of Mount Everest, Sagarmatha, today, and it looks tiny down at the end of the Khumbu Valley. It looks very small because we're walking past mountains that we're very close to mountains that are huge, like Ama Dablam, which Dean has summited. How high is Ama Dablam? A little over 23,000 feet. That's, of course, Dean Cardinal. So we pass mountains like that, and they make Everest look small. 5.5 hours today on the trail, very difficult, and I've had a lot of time to think. And the other day, something just popped into my head when we were trekking around, and I thought, when we get to the monastery, I'm going to cut all my hair off. It's not I talked to my wife, and she said, why are you going to do that? And I said, well, I don't know, it just popped into my mind, and I'm kind of tired of dealing with it on the trail. My hair is always soaking wet from sweat, and she said, is it a spiritual thing? And I said, well, maybe kind of it is. It is kind of. It's a humility thing, and I feel very humbled by this experience, by what I'm doing here. It's very difficult. I see people around me carrying 200 pounds on their back, and I can barely make it up the hill with 8 pounds on my back, and Geljan Sherpa says, Bill, can I take some? Let me carry your water. Let me, I am humbled by this experience, and now don't get me wrong, I'm not going to come back and be all weird and religious or anything like that, but it is a humbling experience, and I'm going to go to the monastery here at Tengboche tomorrow sometime, and I guess one of the monks will shave my head, and you'll hear about it on the radio. That's it for now from Tengboche, and namaste, everyone. Namaste.
Yeah.
I wonder how his wife feels about all that.
I say someone's married to that. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. It's 7:20, time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight. Get that chance to become boner of the day. Winning here makes it the winner of round 1, not boner of the day yet, because round 2 happens at 8:20. We do this again. We get another winner there at 8:20. Send them both forward. 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day. And then after that, Dave the Flower Guy comes in and just tells us who boner of the week is. So here we go with round 1. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. We got 2 now. We'll do a third here in a bit. And once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to see Rise Against live at the Complex on July 26th. You can get more information about that show at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. And then when we, after we're done with the first 2 candidates here, I have something very disappointing to tell you.
Oh.
So let's do these boner candidates and then disappointing information coming up. An Ogden man. This is the name of the candidate is, well, somebody has to be the water cops. An Ogden man is suspected of, means he did it, spiking his neighbor's tires because he thought they were using too much water during the ongoing drought. He's been charged with a second-degree felony. The charge is causing a catastrophe. Throughout the summer, Ogden police officers received dozens of calls about people's tires being popped by someone leaving tire spikes. They're called caltrop spikes in driveways and on the road in the area of 25th Street near J.C. Park. At least 18 people, probably more, had their tires spiked, and 2 local tire shops, which reported repairing several tires, said the spikes caused about $4,300 in total damage, according to the documents. One person told police they had collected a total of 9 spikes on their property from August to September. According to court records, investigators got some surveillance footage of a man dropping spikes in a driveway. He was wearing a fedora. He was walking his dog.
Carrie.
No.
This is Ogden. This is Ogden.
Oh, okay.
Police identified the man and found the dog at his residence. The dog matched the same one in the footage. The man initially denied knowing. I don't know anything about any tire spikes. What are you talking? But then finally, the 37-year-old suspect said, well, yeah, that looks like my dog. And then he said, yeah, I've been spiking people's tires. Why? I felt people were using too much water. We're all in a drought here. He informed police that he had some marijuana. I spiked the tires because of the drought, and I got some marijuana in here. Officers located a mason jar filled with about 30 grams of pot. The man has been, he's been charged with crimes. And boner candidate number 1, somebody has to be the water cops. Here's boner candidate number 2. So it's going to be art if somebody gets hurt, right? Julia Fox, who was dating Kanye West briefly there, insists that Kanye would not hurt a fly. And she insists that Kanye would not hurt Pete Davidson either. Which, oh, by the way, Pete Davidson isn't going up in a Blue Origin rocket.
Oh,
with
he's
Jeff
not.
Bezos. No, I didn't look at why. I'll look at why later. But I just happened to notice that he's decided he's not going, or maybe somebody decided for him that he's not going. But Julia Fox says Kanye wouldn't hurt a fly. He's just quite harmless. What he's doing, his shots against Pete Davidson and Kim Kardashian, this is a form of artistic expression, she said.
Well, threats are. Well, no, that makes sense. In the Republican Party, it's a legitimate political discourse to storm the Capitol.
Yeah.
So
the I think it's TMZ got Julia after a workout and asked her about Kanye's string of threats against Pete Davidson, which started while she and Kanye were still dating. Many people think Kanye has crossed the line, but Julia says, no, there's really no danger here. Kanye wouldn't follow through with any physical threats. He thinks it's all just creative expression. That's what it is. Now, she does admit... Yeah?
Okay, go ahead.
She does admit that Kanye comes off as aggressive.
Yes.
But she says it's just talk. It's just him being artistic.
But what if one of his fans wants to help him?
Well, that'll be art.
Is that art?
It'll be art if somebody gets hurt, right?
No. Just to go back to the Blue Origin thing.
Yes.
They have scrubbed the whole flight and rescheduled it.
Because of Pete Davidson.
So, but not saying why he's not. But I'm wondering if he's the reason he's not going to be on the rescheduled one is he has conflicting commitments or something.
It's either that or he refuses to wash.
Or he got smart and went. Or he got smart and went. I could die.
Yeah.
I think it's that he refuses to wash. But that's coming up in a moment. Boner candidate number 3. An illegal monkey sale And now, I'm sorry.
Disappointment?
I have disappointing information here.
Okay.
Well, disappointment is not what you'll find at U First Credit Union. You'll be pleasantly surprised when you go there. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to U First. YouFirstCU.com.
Disappointed. Yeah, you will recall a week or two ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. I presented you with a story about a couple in New Zealand who had dug up the world's largest potato in the garden of their small farm near Hamilton, New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been determined that this vegetable or whatever, this root was not a potato.
Not a potato.
No.
Oh.
We were also hopeful.
Yes.
That this
What the world needs now is a giant potato.
A record-breaking tuber. That's what we need. But no, after months of submitting photos and paperwork, the couple got the bad news from the Guinness Book of World Records last week. Dear Colin, the email began, sadly, the specimen that you have shown us is not a potato. It is, in fact, the tuber of a type of gourd. For this reason, we do unfortunately have to disqualify the application you made as a bid that you made to be owners of the world's largest potato. The
well,
tuber.
then who is? If not them, then who has it? Who's number two on the list?
I'll tell you that. The tuber, everybody thought it was a potato, and it had become something of a local celebrity. After the couple began posting pictures of it on Facebook. But now that the townsfolk have found out that it's just a tuber, well, they're just not coming around anymore. It was at 17 pounds, equal to to a couple of sacks of regular potatoes. Now the existing Guinness record will stand. And thank God the people who own this one, they're breathing a sigh of relief. It is from 2011, and it was a monster potato from Britain. That's a horror movie, isn't it? The monster potato from Britain that weighs just about 11 pounds. 11 pounds. Disappointed. And it's owned by a couple or it was owned. It's now mashed potatoes, but. Amazon has made a deal with MGM. That's a big deal.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
this has been in the works for a while now, and it's finally been approved.
Yeah, they've sold it, they've sealed it, and Amazon has paid $8.5 billion to purchase the film and television rights from MGM, and so they are getting thousands, I believe, films and TV shows. They've got the James Bond franchise, Rocky, The Silence of the Lambs, all of that stuff now is Prime Video. I find that when I use my voice remote to hook into Prime, if I say Amazon Prime, then it replies to me, got it, Prime Video.
Oops.
So what they're calling it is Prime Video, not Amazon Prime Video anymore.
Oh, okay.
So just remember that if you're going to.
Well,
it's important information, isn't it?
I borrow my brother-in-law's, and it's only when the boys is on. So.
So why people are wondering why Vladimir Putin would be invoking the Nazis to justify his invasion of Ukraine, particularly when Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, is Jewish.
I have wondered this also.
Well, your people, and I did say people. Zelensky's, I believe I read that Zelensky, his family had ancestors that died in the Holocaust.
Well, not just ancestors, his father and...
was it his father?
I think.
Well, Putin keeps saying Ukraine's government is openly pro-Nazi. It's neo-Nazi. It's controlled by little Nazis. American officials, led by President Biden, are responsible for the Nazification of Ukraine. One of Russia's top lawmakers says, and should be tried at court. In fact, another lawmaker says it's time to create a modern analogy to the Nuremberg Tribunal as Russia prepares to denazify Ukraine. Why are they doing this?
Yeah, why?
Well, because, and I'm going to say this without even having read the rest of the story. The Russians are justifiably and notoriously afraid of Nazis, anti-Nazi. It was Russia that held the Nazis off in World War II, and arguably it was the Russians teaming up with us that ended World War II because they defeated the Nazis on the Russian front. And the Nazis were responsible, and Carrie and I were there for the siege of St. Petersburg, which, among other things, but the siege of St. Petersburg, the Nazis surrounded that Russian city.
You weren't there for the siege. You
Sure
just
we
went
were.
to the.
No, we were there. Yeah.
Yeah, Gina. No, we were there.
You said
I think
Carrie
it's
and I were there.
clear.
for the
Carrie and I
siege.
were in St. Petersburg. We found out all about this. The Nazis surrounded the city. They let no one out of the city. They let no goods or services into the city, and they starved people to death. Thousands of people starved to death in St. Petersburg because of the Nazis. Hence, Vladimir Putin using the Nazis as the, shall we say, boogeyman, the reason he went there. And it's just, there's a huge, remember we went to that memorial?
But if you want to look at, channeling Nazis, take a look at what the Russians are doing with their propaganda videos with that letter Z on them and, standing all in uniform with their...
Yeah, well, you don't have to talk to me and Gina. You need to talk to the other... You'd think the Russian people would see that as obvious. And I think some of them do. Many of them do.
No, but I saw this comparison, though, when people are like, how can the Russian people not believe what's really going on? 40% of Americans think that Donald Trump won the election.
Yeah.
So there you
That's
go.
how... That's...
Percent.
So
it's called propaganda and lies.
People believe all sorts of stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Jeez. Let's see. A driver in Texas, there was a crash and several people killed. The driver of the vehicle responsible for the crash, a 13-year-old kid behind the wheel of a pickup truck. The truck blew a tire and hit a van on a 2-lane road in West Texas. 9 people were killed. 6 members of a New Mexico college golf team and their coach and the kid that was driving the pickup truck. Why was the kid driving a pickup truck? Texas.
Texas, yeah.
It's pretty common. When you live, especially in the remote areas of Texas, they look the other way. Kids learn to drive when they're very young on the farm, and
I learned when I was 14. I was driving pickup truck to the farm and back.
Salt Lake City no longer good news, no longer under consideration to host the 2024 Republican National Convention.
Yay!
We are not going to be selected. I couldn't be happier.
Yay!
Some states are suspending their gasoline tax because the price of fuel has gone up so much. Briefly, the powers that be here in Utah considered that. And again, several states have done it. You could suspend the gasoline tax temporarily until the prices go back down. But Utah, in its infinite wisdom, has said, "Oh no, we're not going to do that."
Well, I don't think we have to do that because the price of a barrel of oil has gone way down.
Yes.
So we're waiting for the gas companies to follow suit and drop the price.
Yeah,
it's finally under $100 a barrel now, and they're gouging us.
And when do you think they're going to do that, Gina?
I don't know.
Yeah. So let's get the gasoline tax off for a while until they do, or let's send some Utah thugs to beat the oil companies up.
Sports, weather, traffic.
How about just weather and traffic for now?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Decreasing clouds, high of 55 today. Then tomorrow, I'll throw a little sport in. If you're going to the Real game, should be a great day for the game. 63 for highs, so it won't be terribly cold. It'll be kind of a nice day. Might be a little breezy, though, because overnight Saturday night into Sunday, we're going to have rain showers, changing over to snow in some areas, depending on where you are and in the mountains. And then we dropped temperatures quite a bit from where they are right now. We'll be back down into the 40s. Traffic, we have a crash northbound I-15 at Parrish Lane in Davis County. It's on the off-ramp, and that's closing the center lane there. Crash southbound I-15, 50 East and American Fork at milepost 276. That's on the right shoulder. And all directions, 78 South Bangor Highway. This came in about an hour ago, and I haven't seen an update, so that may be cleared up by now. If you're in the area and can tell us whether it's cleared up or not, you could text that into us, or any traffic you're seeing out there, at 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Boner candidate number 3, an illegal monkey sale. A Central Florida man known as the Monkey Whisperer pleaded guilty after federal officials say he illegally sold one of Carrie's favorite monkeys, a capuchin.
Oh, they're my favorite.
To a, quote, celebrity client in California. I read that, and I immediately said, Nicolas Cage has purchased a monkey. Well, no, it wasn't Nicolas Cage. It was Chris Brown.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the guy who used to beat up
choices.
Rihanna.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy Wayne Hammonds of Parrish, Florida, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to violate the Lacey Act, it's called, and 3 counts of violating the Endangered Species Act, according to reports from the U.S. District Court. Hammonds got a $12,650. He charged and received $12,650 for the capuchin, as well as expenses paid for transporting the animal to California. The transporter took the monkey to Nevada, met up with an associate of the buyer, who PETA says was Chris Brown. He pleaded guilty to violating it, and so he's paid his fine. He won't do any jail time, and hopefully he's out of the monkey selling business. Boner candidate number 3, an illegal monkey sale.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, somebody has to be the water cops. An Ogden man, Ogden is awesome, is accused of spiking his neighbor's tires as many as 18 different times because he thought they were using too much water during the drought. Boner candidate number 2, so will it be art if somebody gets hurt? Julia Fox, Kanye West's former girlfriend, saying he means no harm to Pete Davidson or Kim Kardashian. This is just, his threats are just artistic expression. Yeah, see how that holds up in court.
Yeah, good luck.
And Boner candidate number 3, an illegal monkey sale.
There we go. All right, let's get to voting. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet, because at 8:20 we do this again with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We send that winner forward. Both winners, one from round 1, one from round 2, meet in Boner Dome at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fights. So right now, send one of these 3 forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 18, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. So let's go. It's round 1.
Well, I have a story for Gina to begin the news.
I'm ready.
Well, and I know this is a story that Gina will really like and be interested in because she sent it to me. A man who murdered his niece, a niece who was also his lover, by smashing her. What does that mean?
It's a detail.
Yes, it is.
There's more.
But wait, there's more.
Yes, there is. And it gets even better, doesn't it,
Yeah.
Gina? He killed her by smashing her over the head with a TV. He's been put in jail.
It's Uncle Lover.
Christopher Wall is his name. Was convicted of battering Haley Wall, who was his niece as well as his lover. He was been ordered to serve a minimum of 14 years behind bars.
Only 14 years?
A minimum.
You kill your niece who you're having an affair with a TV, and that's not automatic forever?
Well, Gina, I don't know where this is exactly. I didn't. You should know. What town is this
I believe it's in the UK.
Well, then, you know how liberal they are in the UK. Christopher Wall, it says here he's facing a lifetime behind bars. So it's a minimum of 14. It's 14 to life, I would guess. My guess is they won't let him out for a long, long time. She was found with a bloody head outside a supermarket in Bournemouth after being battered by Mr. Wall. Before she slipped out of consciousness, she was able to tell emergency crews her name and address and that her partner had beaten her. When police visited the home, they found signs of a disturbance on the second floor, including a door on the landing that was knocked off its frame and two long dark hairs embedded in a crack hallway up the door with a number of blood spots. Embedded in a crack halfway up the door, I should say. Officers also found a large flat-screen TV at the bottom of the stairs, and there was blood all over the flat-screen TV, and he finally said, yeah, I beat her with the... We were watching the Great British Bake Off, and she pissed me off. So, yeah, there you go. Murdered his niece, who was also his lover.
Niece lover.
All right, it is 7:45. Let's award round one of your boner.
Okay. And it's brought to you in part by Aglio e Olio.
Ooh, I love that. You probably had cheese on it, right?
Well, yeah, I put Parmesan on it because that's what 99% of the world does.
Not me. And it's safe to go out and get over to Gracie's. Enjoy some intense college basketball action. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day. You did that yesterday at Gracie's. You can celebrate college basketball continuing to go on with the March Madness. Watch all the games at Gracie's. Eat some nachos, watch some hoops, drink some brews. Gracie's, you must be 21 or older to enter.
So let's all of us, first of all, congratulate Austin, because he was a random voter who won Rise Against tickets. Congratulations, Austin. And now the winner of Boners Round 1. Of course, we had Somebody Has to Be the Water Cops, my favorite candidate. Number 2, So It'll Be Art If Somebody Gets Hurt, right? Kanye West's former girlfriend saying all of this threatening stuff he's doing, it's an artistic expression. And boner candidate number 3, An Illegal Monkey Sale. That didn't do well. It came in third. The winner
The monkey only third.
Yeah. The winner. So it'll be Art if somebody gets hurt, right? Kanye West's former girlfriend.
There you go. That's the winner of round 1. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll see. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again. 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. And then we'll take both candidates and put them against each other for Boner Fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. And then after that, Dave Mattson, Dave the Flower Guy, just comes in and tells us who Boner of the Week is. Because that seems fair.
Sure.
Coming up, we have Jimmy, the wine guy. Have another drink with Jimmy at 8 o'clock. Stand by for that. But right now, is this sponsored, Gina?
No, let's just dive right in. We're diving into Best Question of the Week. You should send us those. radiofromhell@x96.com. You can ask us anything. Maybe it's too broad when we say anything, but truly, ask us anything, and maybe we'll answer your question. And if we answer your question, you could get a Radio from Hell tote bag or a Radio from Hell diner-style coffee mug if we read your question on the air.
All right. We got a few of them in there. I guess Nick has a few lined up.
Yeah, let's see how well you guys can answer some of these.
Okay.
First of all, starting out strong, Lords, I have recently watched the G.G. Allen documentary. I never realized how insane this guy was. Seeing that you all have been in radio for quite some time, what is your opinion of G.G. Allen?
He stinks.
He's awful.
Great. All right, next question.
Who's G.G. Allen?
Okay, I'll read you this.
Yeah,
G.G. Allen was an American punk rock musician and songwriter who performed and recorded with many groups during his career, best known for his controversial live performances, which often featured things like self-mutilation, defecating on stage, and assaulting audience members.
Yeah, that's why I think he stinks.
Oh, and his music, there's another reason to think that he stinks. All of his music is considered trash by critics.
Yes.
Okay.
So there you go.
Moving on.
Hello, Lords and Lady. Love you all, including Katie. My question, and I apologize if this has already been asked, where would Carrie, Bill, Gina, and you, Katie, choose to live if not here in Utah, state, or country?
I think Katie would be in Colorado, where she is now.
Right.
Yeah. The only thing keeping Katie here, I mean, she has family here, but she loves the show, and if not for that, she'd probably leave.
She loves the Rocky Mountain High that she gets in Colorado. I'd live in the United States. I'd live in New York City again if I could afford to do it. And then anywhere else in the world that I've been, maybe Sydney, Australia, maybe France, but not Paris.
Not
somewhere smaller
The country?
in France. Yeah, somewhere out in the countryside of France.
All right, Gina?
I could see Ireland, because I speak the language.
It's an island, you know.
It's an island. I've always thought I would want to, like, maybe for a summer live in Italy, but I don't know if I'd want to be there full time.
Ciao.
I'll live in Ireland and then I'll summer in Italy. How about that?
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, now, I don't know what the baggage around this question is. I mean, it sounds like you guys haven't, you just went, I'll live in it.
Sure.
Is that the question, or is it, do I have to have a job or anything like that?
No, just money, no object. Where would you want to live?
Money, no object? Well, Hawaii, probably. I'd probably live on Maui. I don't know.
That's a good choice, too, yeah.
But I'd probably move to California next to my nieces, down there in, like, Southern California, Central California, maybe San Francisco. I like that area.
Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Next question.
Well, there you go. Hi, everyone. What is your favorite vehicle or ship that you wish you owned?
Favorite vehicle?
Vehicle.
Or ship.
I don't know. Reacher was driving around in a really cool Bentley. Maybe a Bentley. That car was hot, man. Oh. I'd like to have a Tesla.
I'd like to have a Mustang that I just drive in the summertime. My summertime driving car. It'd be fun to have like winter car, summer car.
Oh.
Or you could maybe move to a place that doesn't have winter.
Well, let's see, vehicle or ship. If we're doing vehicle, I mean, I'm tempted to say the Bluesmobile because it's magic and it's powered by God.
Right.
Oh,
and it can do anything. Maybe the Back to the Future DeLorean at the end of Back to the Future because you can just put garbage in it and make it run.
Yeah.
So that's even better than an electric car, so maybe that. Now, if it's ship, my favorite spaceships are Battlestar Galactica. So I'd probably get a Colonial Viper, but that's just one person can ride in it. So I'd want to take, like, my friends. So I'm tempted to either go with the space, with the shuttlecraft from the Enterprise.
It's kind of limited, though, isn't it? It's just...
It is, but maybe that because I could take my friends with me. It doesn't have a transporter. So I'd be thinking
Terry's thought
maybe
this through.
maybe the Defiant here. The Defiant is another one of my favorite ships.
That's a good one.
That's a good one because it's got a transporter and everything. So that's good. But what you want is something that can land on the surface. So I'm afraid the fallback would be the Millennium Falcon because then you could do
Why are
anything.
you afraid that the
because
fallback is the Millennium?
Because it's such an obvious choice.
Oh, I see.
And that's just because, you can, land and, it does light speed. So,
Do I remember right, though, the Millennium Falcon was kind of shabby?
It is. That's the
thing. It was a rust bucket.
So you'd want the Millennium Falcon from the Han Solo movie, not from the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and that kind of thing. You want it brand new, the Lando version, because it's got the nice closet, it's got a lounge area, it's got a
all
bar,
the Colt 45 you can drink,
plenty of capes. So the Lando version of the Millennium Falcon is what you want to go with. But anyway.
No, I was thinking the same thing. So,
anything else?
One more?
Sure.
Hey, Lords and Lady and Katie, is there a movie you love but don't want to rewatch because there are so... Let me fix up their spelling. Is there a movie you love but you don't want to watch because there are so many problematic things in the film and you don't want to ruin the film in your memory? For me, it is the film Cruel Intentions. Thanks for letting me listen. Dave Olson.
I have a really fondness in my heart for a movie that was made of a D.H. Lawrence novel. It's Women in Love. With Oliver Reed and Julie Christie and Alan Bates. I have the feeling if I watched that movie today, I would not.
You'd feel bad for liking that movie?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe because of the behavior, but also maybe because it was not quite as well done as I remember it being.
Well, when they say problematic, do they mean?
I mean, like racial stuff, lady stuff would be my guess.
Well, this movie has Oliver Reed and Alan Bates completely nude wrestling in front of a roaring fireplace.
I'll pass, thanks.
So maybe is that what you mean?
I think when the term problematic is thrown out these days, it means.
I think it means Me Too stuff. I think it means
racism and Gina.
I can't think of anything.
I got one right away.
Okay, what is it?
But the problem is that this movie was problematic from day one, and that's Steven Spielberg's classic opus 1941. I mean, it was racist and problematic and sexist from the go.
Yeah.
I was too young to realize that.
Right.
I love the movie, but it's it's to the brim with problems. It's overflowing with problems.
Oh, I thought of one.
Oh.
Ringo Starr in Caveman. Because I loved that movie when I was a kid, and it's just terrible.
But is it problematic?
I mean, kind of.
I think it's got some racism and some rapey stuff in it, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it's just bad.
Yes.
There's a lot of things that I've come to know, Eugenia. There's a lot of things that you liked as a kid and as a young teenager that are just terrible.
Yes.
Let's put
Ringo
Greece
Starr
right
with
there.
Caveman.
Let's talk about Greece. Talk
I
about
don't-
problematic.
Yeah, oh, very problematic.
And I see someone 16 candles, Gina.
Oh, yeah. Oh, geez.
There you
Perfect
go.
example.
That's a texter just reminded me.
Perfect example. Best question of the week. That's how that goes. Maybe it could be you next week, but it only can if you email in your question, radiofromhell@x96.com.
All right, thank you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash at the ramp northbound I-15 at 6 North in Salt Lake. It's off to the right shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 Parish Lane in Davis County. That's the off-ramp and center lane affected there. And yeah, that looks like that's it. So fairly good commute for you this morning. If you see other troubles, you can text us your troubles at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back after these messages with Jimmy the Wine Guy, Jimmy Santangelo. Have another drink with Jimmy right after these. KXRK Provo. Did you miss the
It's time for Radio from Hell corrections. We correct things that we get wrong, or we like to call this feature, Excuse Me.
Excuse me.
And if you go to x96.com/live, you can see Comic Book Guy saying, excuse me, but I don't think that's the case.
I'm here to make the proper corrections.
All right.
God forbid you go throughout life not knowing the right.
Correction number one I have. Earlier in the show, we were talking about traveling in Switzerland and Austria, and Carrie was talking about Lake Luzerne in Switzerland and how lovely that was. And I said, remember when we went to Austria and we were having fondue, and I think I may have said that Austria is the home of fondue. Excuse me, my ears are hurting. Switzerland is home to fondue, not Austria.
They're right next door to each other.
If you had fondue in Innsbruck, it's no wonder it didn't go well. Austria is meat and potatoes, not fondue. Excuse me. So thank you for the correction. Switzerland, home of fondue. Okay.
Well, we have another correction.
Yes.
Country correction.
Ooh.
This is another excuse me for Bill. A few moments ago, we were talking about President Trump flying to Scotland.
Yeah.
And Bill said, well, Scotland isn't part of the UK anymore because of Brexit. It most certainly is still a part of the UK. The UK now consists of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. That's the UK now, post-Brexit.
But it's still part of the EU, right?
No.
Scotland? Scotland's
I'm not going to say.
Scotland's not a part of the EU? I think it is.
I don't
isn't
know.
It? And that was part of the deal, was that they had the border in Scotland, and there was part of the contention?
That's what I thought, too.
Well, you were saying Scotland is not part of... Well, now we have to do...
Listen, if this was about the Silver Surfer's real name, I could weigh in.
The people of Scotland voted decisively to remain with the European Union in 2016. The Scottish government was the first administration in the UK to set out a substantive policy response to Brexit in 2016. They have said, we are a part of the European Union.
All right.
So
it's
they're not?
Ireland is part of the EU, not Scotland. Scotland is talking about leaving the UK, as they always have.
Well, they voted to stay with the European Union in 2016. So on December 24, 2020, UK government and the EU announced agreement on core elements of the future. Scottish government has conducted initial analysis agreements, their implications for Scotland. The assessment confirms the Scottish government's long-standing view that Scotland will be worse off outside of the European Union, so they are going to remain with the European Union, which means essentially they're not part of the UK, right? Scottish ministers have consistently highlighted that the UK government failed to engage meaningful with the Scottish government on Brexit. The Scottish
The
government.
EU countries are
Okay.
Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden, not Scotland. Scotland is still part of the
UK. All right.
It's confusing.
And the Silver Surfer's real name is Norin Rad. Excuse me.
All right.
Was there some question?
Listen, I don't know from Ireland or Scotland. I don't know. All right. But I can help you with this.
All right.
Sponsored by the magnificent wine companies, Riesling and Cabernet Sauvignon.
Well, okay, they're magnificent, but who's sponsoring it? Jimmy the Wine Guy, Jimmy Santangelo. He is the chief cook and bottle washer for the Wine Academy of Utah. You can go there, wineacademyofutah.com. There's all kinds of wonderful information there about drinking and about spirits and about wine. And if you want to learn to be a sommelier, Jimmy can actually teach you classes, get you through class, and you can certify as a sommelier with Jimmy.
All kinds of good stuff.
Good morning, Mr. Santangelo.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Everyone have their wine this morning at 8 a.m.?
Stupid Lent.
So before I even taste this cab, Jimmy,
Yeah.
I know I'm going to like it because there's a horseshoe on the label. That
Right.
makes me happy.
No, absolutely. These labels are great. Whether it's the Cabernet Sauvignon, the Riesling that I'm holding up in the studio here, we'll have them posted online for you. These are fun wine labels. This wine company, Magnificent Wine Company, started with Charles Smith in the mid-2000s, and the labels have developed over time. The wines are all from the Magnificent Wine Company. That's the name of the portfolio. And the MWC, they just produce up in Columbia Valley in Washington varietally correct grape varietals. The wines are just, if you're having a Riesling in their bottle, it's going to taste like a Riesling. If you have their Cab Sav, it's going to taste like a Cabernet.
Yes.
Wait, so when you say it's variety, so I mean, does that mean when it's a Riesling, they use nothing but the Riesling?
Yeah, it's very much representative of the grape varietal, particularly from the area. And mind you, all these wines are $10, $12 and less.
And see, that's the thing is I saw this wine on Wednesday when I went to the liquor store, and I was picking up some reds for Sue. She likes her reds. And I saw that label, and I thought about it for a second, but then I thought, well, maybe I'll wait.
It's only $10.
And sure enough, here's Jimmy, and we tried it last night, and it was very, I'll use her words, very fruit forward.
Very fruit forward. The tannins are totally in check, particularly for the Cabernet Sauvignon. You get a lot of that ripe black and blue fruit, just enough oak aging to soften those tannins.
Yeah.
Very ripe wine, easy drinker, doesn't crave food. This is what I call these wines, this series of wines Our countertop wines. You should always have one banging around on the countertop. They're affordable enough for your daily and or weekday.
Stupid Lent.
No, it was, and I'm not a red wine guy, but boy, this was very tasty.
I'm a red wine guy.
The Riesling, Jimmy, when you brought the bottles around, and my wife likes them quite a bit, but you said people have the tendency to think of Riesling as being some kind of a sweet wine, but this is not, right?
Yeah, they can be sweet wines, Rieslings. They have Riesling's a late, long ripener in the growing season, but it maintains its acidity. So even though particularly this one does have a slight little bit of off dryness, little bit of residual sugar in there, the acidity's so high that it really balances that out. Not all Rieslings are sweet. Many are bone dry. This one happens to be what we would categorize technically as slightly off dry, meaning that it does have some richness. Now, food-wise, love it with ramen. Love it with spicy Asian food. I love going to Harmon's and buying the little tin of the sushi sometimes for lunch. This goes great with that. I mean, these wines are easy drinkers, great with everyday comfort food. And they're on sale this month, too, in the state of Utah. So the list pricings of $10.99 and $9.99, respectively, for the Cab and Riesling are knocked off $3 in the store. So $6.99 and $7.99.
I'll go pick up a few more then.
Who would thought? You would never think you could buy a drinkable wine that's that inexpensive.
Really? Yeah.
And these guys really deliver. And the man behind it all, Charles Smith, he has great labels. You may have seen his K series. He started the House Wine project, although that got sold off and incorporated into another winery and distributor portfolio and things like that. But I'm just super excited about these wines. It's fun to have a wine in the state that's an everyday drinker. And, when we get people that call in and say, hey, I'm new to wine drinking, what direction should I go in? We had a caller last week like that. I'd point them in this direction because these are easy drinkers and they're not too drying and not too esoteric.
And not a big investment if you're not sure whether you like it or not.
Exactly,
if it's $10 and you just want to try it, that's great.
That's true.
I really like the phrase, Jimmy, and you could say this as much as you like, everyday wine drinker or an everyday drinker. Everyday drinker. I think I might get a tattoo just on my wrist somewhere to remind me, everyday drinker, stupid Lent.
Yeah.
No, but we've got, we keep bottles around and we have our nice bottles that we save for nice occasion. But just the Wednesday night, you want to open a bottle of wine with dinner? I love having an option like this. That's
This is particularly good on Wednesday nights.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, these were great. I was really surprised, honestly. I'm going to start picking these up on the regular.
Nice. Cork closures, just to mention. Great labels. Specific bottle shape. So the Riesling's in a nice Riesling bottle. Cork closure is mentioned. And same thing with the Cab, those strong shoulders. People ask if we can lay these down and age them. Sure, they're affordable enough. I buy these 2 or 6 at a time. You can lay a few of them down and see how they develop over 18 months, 2 years, things like that.
Yeah, they'd never last that long in my house. Stupid Lent.
Let's show us the labels again, Jada, real quick, so people watching at x96.com/live can see
There's
what
the
to
Cab.
look for. And it just says Cab Sauv on it with a horseshoe.
Well, it's a weeknight. It's a Wednesday. You got to get to basketball practice. You don't have time to read out the whole Cabernet Sauvignon. You just
I just came in from horseback riding. What kind of wine do I want?
It is not a fancy label on these. That's
very approachable, absolutely.
Yeah.
Jimmy, what's coming up at the Wine Academy of Utah?
Boy, we have a lot of fun things. We have a brand new venue that we've partnered with the Rune SLC Bar that's normally in Sugar House. They're relocated to their new location on Main Street, right in downtown Salt Lake.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the Rune, RUIN, SLC.com, you can go to get tickets. And we're doing a deep dive in cocktail and wine culture once a month on Saturdays. First event's on April 2nd, so get your tickets today.
That will be a lot of fun. And Jimmy, you'll be there to teach you about not just wine, but some cocktails.
What's the first class?
I believe we're doing the Manhattan Cocktail Taste of History. One of my
there.
faves.
Is Lent over by April 2nd?
Yes. You should come down.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay.
You really should. These are a lot of fun. We had one here at the house with Jimmy, and it just we've done it a couple of times here at the house with Jimmy, and great fun.
We always love the education part of all our tasting, taking a deep dive, and the 24th of next week. Sorry, Carrie. 24th of next week at Libations at the Leonardo Museum, we're doing another immersion exhibit. Monet to Kandinsky, so we're pairing wine to those featured arts, and then you get to enjoy the immersion exhibit afterwards, including the ticket price.
Now, where is that new location of the ruin?
It's right.
It's on State Street.
It's on Main Street.
Or Main Street.
Main
Yeah.
Street.
Main Street?
It's like 200 Southish.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Between 2nd and 3rd on.
Between 2nd and 3rd. Easy way to get there by either scooter, green bike, tracks, Uber, and there's plenty of parking downtown, despite what many people might otherwise think.
Shanksmere, or
That's
or
right.
walking is the. I don't know why Shanksmere means walking, but it does.
So it's wineacademyofutah.com is where you can go for all this information. And,
Jimmy Santangelo, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you so much. Traffic, please.
Traffic seems to be moving pretty well. I did get a front runner alert. There's a delay about 10 minutes northbound from Salt Lake Central Station to Ogden Station, and then all points in between. Not sure what the issue is, but a bit of a slowage there for front runner, and no real trouble on the roads, it looks like. And you haven't even texted anything in, so if you do see something, please 33986.
All right.
Boners, round 2. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, you mean this is not my beautiful wife? Boner candidate number 2, you got to have the right diet if you want to be Wolverine. And boner candidate number 3, hey, they're concerned about public health and safety. Let's get them.
Round 2 of your boners coming up after these messages. Stand by. Big O Tires.
Oh, tires. Big O Tires. They have online appointment scheduling, which is really cool. For instance, so Big O does more than tires. They do oil changes, alignments, stuff like that. You can schedule that online at bigotires.com.
Now, I do that when I go to my regular Big O Tires, which is the one on Highland Drive, but I've been out having trouble with tires in other cities, and I just pulled right in, and they were able to squeeze me in and get me fixed right up.
Of course, Big O guarantees the lowest price on every tire every day, including the Big O brand tires, which are very nice. Now, if you want to save even more right now, $100 instant savings on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires through March 27th. They are the team you trust. Go to bigotires.com. It's time for Radio from Hell corrections. We correct things that we get wrong, or we like to call this feature, Excuse me.
Excuse me.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see Comic Book Guy saying, excuse me, but I don't think that's the case.
I'm here to make the proper corrections.
All right.
God forbid you go throughout life not knowing the right.
Correction number 1 I have. Earlier in the show, we were talking about traveling in Switzerland and Austria, and Carrie was talking about Lake Luzerne in Switzerland and how lovely that was. And I said, remember when we went to Austria and we were having fondue, and I think I may have said that Austria is the home of fondue. Excuse me, my ears are hurting. Switzerland is home to fondue, not Austria.
They're right next door to each other.
If you had fondue in Innsbruck, it's no wonder it didn't go well. Austria is meat and potatoes, not fondue. Excuse me. So thank you for the correction. Switzerland, home of fondue. Okay.
Well, we have another correction.
Yes.
Country correction.
Ooh.
This is another excuse me for Bill. A few moments ago, we were talking about President Trump flying to Scotland.
Yeah.
And Bill said, well, Scotland isn't part of the UK anymore because of Brexit. It most certainly is still a part of the UK. The UK now consists of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. That's the UK now, post-Brexit.
But it's still part of the EU, right?
No.
Scotland? Scotland's
I'm not going to say.
Scotland's not a part of the EU? I think it is,
I don't
isn't
know.
it? And that was part of the deal, was that they had the border in Scotland, and there was part of the contention?
That's what I thought, too.
Well, you were saying Scotland is not part of... Well, now we have to do...
Listen, if this was about the Silver Surfer's real name, I could weigh in.
The people of Scotland voted decisively to remain with the European Union in 2016. The Scottish government was the first administration in the UK to set out a substantive policy response to Brexit in 2016. They have said, we are a part of the European Union.
All right.
So
it's
they're not?
Ireland is part of the EU, not Scotland. Scotland is talking about leaving the UK, as they always have.
Well, they voted to stay with the European Union in 2016. So on December 24, 2020, UK government and the EU announced agreement on core elements of the future. Scottish government has conducted initial analysis agreements, their implications for Scotland. The assessment confirms the Scottish government's long-standing view that Scotland will be worse off outside of the European Union, so they are going to remain with the European Union, which means essentially they're not part of the UK, right? Scottish ministers have consistently highlighted that the UK government failed to engage meaningful with the Scottish government on Brexit. The Scottish government...
EU countries are Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden, not Scotland. Scotland is still part of the
UK. All right.
It's confusing.
And the Silver Surfer's real name is Norin Rad. Excuse me.
All right.
Was there some question?
Listen, I don't know from Ireland or Scotland. I don't know. All right. But I can help you with this.
All right.
All right, 8:20 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. Boner means mistake, of course. And we'll give you a chance to listen to all 3 of these, and then you'll decide which one of these is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get the chance to become Boner of the Day. Boner of the Day is decided by you at 9:20 this morning when we take the winner from round 1 and the winner from this, round 2, and put them together, and you will vote for Boner of the Day at that time. Right now, we need to send one of these 3 candidates forward to Boner Dome. 1, 2, or 3. So be listening. We're going to have 2 candidates now, a third coming up here in a bit, and once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to Incubus at USANA Amphitheater on August 24th, which is my husband's birthday, and he's going to work. Bye, babe.
Bye, babe. Bye. Here's Boner candidate number 1. You mean this is not my beautiful wife? This is an odd story.
Okay.
In Logan, A man was arrested for attempting to kidnap a woman near Logan High School. Carlos Cisneros Diaz is facing multiple charges, including aggravated kidnapping, robbery, and assault with substantial bodily injury. The original incident happened on the 15th of March when a woman was walking, just walking down the road, and she reported a man wearing black clothes and a face mask jumped out from behind a parked car, grabbed her, and attempted to throw her in the trunk of his car. The woman struggled against the man, and he punched her in the face, leaving a cut below her eye, but she managed to escape. Logan police said that there were photos released of the vehicle involved in the kidnapping. Brigham City police contacted the Logan police. They said, we think we've got the guy who has that car. We've arrested the driver involved in this. After obtaining a search warrant, detectives searched the car that belonged to Mr. Cisneros Diaz and found a single flip-flop sandal. According to police, the matching sandal was located at the scene of the attempted kidnapping. Mr. Carlos Diaz later admitted to police that he had been drinking and had left home after he'd gotten into an argument with his wife. He told police he saw a woman walking along the street and he thought, that's my wife. And I tried to grab her.
Wearing a black mask.
Police said that Cisneros Diaz told them he realized that the woman was not his wife and he ran away from the scene. Boner candidate number 1. You mean this is not my beautiful wife? Here's boner candidate number 2. Listen, you got to have the right diet if you want to be Wolverine. This is the perfect combination of brains and brawn, I guess. A Los Angeles-based bodybuilder. His name is Weem Brichet, or Briche. He has been described by his fans as the real-life Wolverine. And he told Jam Press that he feels fitter than ever after adopting a diet that, well, I'll tell you what the diet is. He insists that if you want to be Wolverine, this is what you have to eat. The 31-year-old man says that around 90% of his diet consists of raw meat, which he claims can, quote, reverse diabetes, blood pressure, heart disease, and many autoimmune diseases. Mr. Brichet previously had consumed 2,400 calories per day, but now he eats more than 4,500 calories a day to help build muscle. Before switching to his raw meat diet, the bodybuilder would typically drink an almond milk smoothie for breakfast, chow down on pasta with mushrooms and spinach for lunch. Dinner would consist of various types of beans, but now his breakfast is half a pound of raw beef, which he puts in a blender with 2 teaspoons of butter and some raw eggs. For lunch, he eats 2 veal testicles, 1 veal brain, a lamb's liver, a beef heart, beef kidney, and beef bone marrow, and raw butter. At dinner, Mr. Brioche eats raw steak slices, which he consumes sometimes with an unflavored grass-fed protein shake.
He lives alone, right? I'm guessing.
He says, I hit the gym 7 times a week, and you know what? I get a lot of love from people. Especially, if you, listen, if you got to have the right diet if you want to be Wolverine.
No.
This is boner candidate number 2.
I'm Wolverine! I'm
Sabertooth!
Wolverine! Sabertooth! Wolverine! Sabertooth! Wolverine!
Yeah, see? There's Carrie, and now he's on his way to eat some veal testicles.
That's right.
That's right, kids. Coming up in a... That's such a silly looking...
It is, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
X96.com/live. You can see Wolverine. He's
Is
here
it
with us.
styrofoam or sort of?
It's to protect me.
Oh, it's hard
Plastic.
plastic.
Yeah, see?
Jeez. All right, coming up in a minute, boner candidate number 3. hey, they're concerned about public health and safety, so let's get them.
All right, Boners candidate number 3, Boners round 2, coming up here in just a bit, and then we'll let you vote. Do you have anything
Arnold
to-
Schwarzenegger, did you hear about this?
Did
I
you
love
watch
this.
this?
I love
I didn't
this
watch
video.
it, but I've
you
heard
need
and I
to.
read. I heard a little bit of it actually. But
You know, and it's shorter than the movie about the baby whale, which you should also see. Watch the Arnold one and then go watch a baby whale on a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
I don't have to tell you who Arnold Schwarzenegger is. Everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
He had released, and he's known around the world because of his bodybuilding career and his movie career. Maybe not so much that he was the governor of California. Maybe people, but they certainly know
He was
him.
the governor of California.
But they certainly know him for those other things.
Mm-hmm.
So he released a video yesterday addressed to the people of Russia.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for sharing your time with me. I'm sending this message through various different channels to reach my dear Russian friends and the Russian soldiers serving in Ukraine. I'm speaking to you today because there are things that are going on in the world that are being kept from you. Terrible things that you should know about.
It's a 9-minute video, but you go to his social media and you can see it.
I retweeted it, and
He says, the world is turned against Russia because of its actions in Ukraine. The destruction that Russian bombs are raining down on innocent civilians has so outraged the world that the strongest global economic sanctions ever taken have been imposed on the country. But more than that, in a real rare moment, he has not liked to talk about this in the past. Now, he hasn't really kept it secret because you can't keep something like this secret, but it's not certainly something that a lot of people know. He said, tells people, my father was a Nazi. My father was injured at Leningrad. That's, the siege of Leningrad that Carrie and I were talking about earlier, St. Petersburg. The Nazi army he was part of did vicious harm to that great city and to its brave people. When my father arrived in Leningrad, he was all pumped up on the lies of his government, the Nazi regime. And when he left Leningrad, he was broken physically and mentally. He lived the rest of his life in pain, pain from a broken back, pain from the shrapnel that always reminded him of those terrible years, and pain from the guilt that he felt. To the Russian soldiers listening to this, you already know much of the truth that I'm speaking. I've seen it in your eyes. I don't want you to be broken like my father. And he teared up.
Yeah, it's a very powerful video.
And so I heard somebody saying today, yeah, well, how's this message really going to get out and get to the Russian people? Well, it is.
It is.
It is being broadcast. It is being shown in various outlets in Russia. It's being read by people in the paper. It's getting out there. In today's world, it's almost impossible to stop something like this.
Yeah. I don't know if it's in the paper, but it's. I think Arnold figured if I put this out there, somehow it will.
Yeah.
It will get to them. The other interesting thing I heard was Fiona Hill. You remember Fiona Hill?
Former ambassador.
She suggested to Barack Obama when he was president that he make Arnold Schwarzenegger the U.S. ambassador to Russia. And her reasoning is because Putin is just like Trump. He's a star hugger. He wants to be near.
Hang around, yeah.
And she said, not only does Arnold understand U.S.-Russian relations, Putin will listen to him. And the thinking was that Barack Obama went, I don't know if I can.
Yeah,
because
people would have people might have sort of taken that as an opportunity to make fun of Barack Obama.
Yeah, like, oh, is this a stunt appointment? And Fiona Hill, who's a very, very serious woman, was like, no, he would be an excellent ambassador to Russia.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger, for whatever his failings may have been in his life, I think there's never been any doubt that he's a humanist. He's he has empathy for human beings.
Mm-hmm.
I heard him interviewed, and he cheated on Maria really bad, and all of that. And the interviewer said, "What about that? And how do your kids feel about you?" And he said, I've apologized to all of them, and we're all very close now. We're closer than we ever were. I'm actually close with Maria still." And, he said, I love my kids, and they love me, and we do stuff together. And
even my moon-faced boy Patrick.
That kid is doing okay, too.
He's doing fine.
Yeah. Bob Odenkirk has spoken about the time that he was robbed at gunpoint. Odenkirk said in a recent interview that the incident occurred as he and his then-girlfriend were leaving an improv show in Chicago. He said, somebody pulled a gun on me and my partner while we were sitting inside of a car at around 1 o'clock in the morning. It looked like a little SE zip gun. You know what a zip gun is, kind of a made-up gun, homemade thing. You build it, but it's not made of plastic. It looks like a really effed-up gun, but it's real. He said, the guy holds it up, and I park the car and get out. He says, give me the money. He said, I was so wiped out from a lack of sleep, I couldn't think straight. He said, I went to the car to get my other clothes and give him, I guess the money was in his other pair of pants or something, and to hand the thief the money. I know I had a lot of money, at least $300. I was traveling, so I figured I would make him happy. I gave him the money, and he said, get your girlfriend out of the car. I want her jewelry, and I want to credit this not to my bravado or courage, but how tired I was. I said, what the F? Look how much money you got. Get the F out of here. You should go. And he stood there right by the window of the car, not sure what to do, and I said, run, go. And he went, oh, and he did. He ran. Lucky.
Bodenkirk.
Mm-hmm.
Utah has reported 5 new COVID deaths, 173 new COVID cases since the day before yesterday. The Utah National Guard has ended its COVID-19 mission. For 2 years, they have been helping out, supporting the state, fighting the coronavirus. In addition to pull back, the decision to pull back comes as COVID-19 cases now are dropping and positivity rates are decreasing. And so the Utah National Guard is kind of going back to their regular duties. Spencer Cox, the governor, has reaffirmed his intent to veto the transgender athletics bill. Cox was pushing for a compromise on that legislation, but lawmakers, Dan McKay, swapped out the bill with an all-out ban on transgender children playing sports in the final hours of the legislative session. The governor said lawmakers forgot one thing. Everybody knows what's going to happen. There will be a lawsuit, and it will be a very expensive lawsuit. Mm-hmm. There was something very troubling about what happened on that last night of the session, and this is what happens when you try to do something on the last night without any input from anybody. This is our school districts were removed from the indemnification in that bill, and the Utah High School Athletics Association didn't receive any indemnification. It's very likely this lawsuit will bankrupt the Utah High Schools Activity Association, and those are their words, not mine. He says he still hopes for a compromise, and he hopes by vetoing the legislation there won't be a lot of lawsuits. But you can bet that the legislature will figure out a way to bring it in.
And the Utah High School Athletics Association already has a policy in place, which seems to work fine, which is if you've been on hormone replacement therapy for a year, okay. This isn't a matter of someone just deciding on a whim that they want to go play on the girls' soccer team. That this is real, and you have committed to it. They already have this policy in place. They do not need. We don't even need compromise legislation on this. There's no need for any of this.
I don't know if Troy Williams at Equality Utah has done this, but I think he should sit down with Dan McKay and introduce him to a few people.
Oh yeah, they've talked.
Oh yes.
Have they talked?
Equality Utah has been involved.
And Dan
in
McKay's
this.
still that way?
I guess.
Just does
Finally,
not
this
want to
story.
listen or understand.
Gina, I want you to know about this because it's
Okay.
something. If you want to see where the Asian jumping worm gets its name, put it in a bowl and sit back and watch. They'll get out of the bowl. That's according to Larry Hodgson, who's a gardening writer who also goes by the name the Laid Back Gardener. These things literally jump. A regular earthworm would have a hard time getting out of a bowl, but these Asian jumping worms, they just sort of leap. It's amazing to see. And guess what?
What?
They're not in Asia anymore.
Where
They're
are they?
coming. They're coming to North America.
What do they do?
Well, they jump.
But what? But
They're jumping worms. He said the worms arrive hidden in soil, and it's like they're infiltrating. Let's hide out in some soil and go to America.
But are they going to jump on me
Well,
or?
they're difficult, if not impossible, to get rid of. Unlike European earthworms, which can live for years, Asian jumping worms only live a single season, hatching and reaching adulthood and then dying by the time the ground freezes. But they keep replicating, and there are more and more worms, and they are not good for plants. and they jump. I don't want to see a jumping worm.
So more things to worry about is what you're saying.
Of course, if you want to see a jumping worm, watch that Pam and Tommy thing.
No. Sports weather traffic.
Very cool. Utah Jazz game tonight. Going to be making history. It's Women's History Month, so the Utah Jazz are making their own history with their first all-female broadcast team for the game and studio coverage. It's Utah's own Holly Rope, along with many other women that are going to be calling that game tonight against the Clippers, and it's a 7 o'clock game.
Listen, Holly, Gina Barberi is available for courtside commentary. I want to see this.
I have a suit. Real Salt Lake tomorrow. They are home at Rio Tinto Stadium playing Nashville. That match is at 7:30. And weather for that should be pretty good. Warm, 63 for a high tomorrow. Today we'll get up to 55 and partly cloudy skies. Then overnight Saturday into Sunday looks like there's a 90% chance of rain. Could change over to snow in some places in the mountains, of course, but some places down in the valleys where it gets cold enough. High of 46 on Sunday. And then looks like Monday, Tuesday, we have sunny skies and things gradually start to warm up again. Traffic, we have a crash southbound I-15 109th South in Salt Lake. The right shoulder affected there. And let's see, stalled vehicle southbound I-15 at milepost 307. That's the 4th South area. And other than that, things are moving well. If you see something, you can always text it into us, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. 33986 is where you do that. X96 presents The Offspring live at Union Event Center. That's happening April 29th. Todd and Corey will be giving tickets away later today, and you can get more information at x96.com.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. Hey, they're concerned about public health and safety, so let's get them. In the early months of the pandemic, former President Trump, Fox News personalities, right-wing commentators on social media unleashed a wave of criticism and specious claims against Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and many other officials who were promoting the use of face masks, vaccines, and shutdown measures, as well as social distancing. Fauci has faced death threats and has been under stepped-up security protection since 2020. Beth Resnick, Assistant Dean for Public Health Practice at Johns Hopkins and senior author of a study about this, said federal and state officials are more accustomed to rolling with the punches of politics, but in small communities, this is all brand new. It's really shocking. It's never happened before. Local health departments with 2 or 3 employees are getting death threats. It's devastating. The researchers found that 222 health officials have left their posts, local or state health agencies, more than 1/3 of them because of harassment reports. And when you have a 2 or 3 person health department in your town, and one person leaves or 2 people leave, it's just too much. It's a strain, but they're leaving because they're fearful for their lives and their families, or if they're not fearful, they're just sick and tired of the harassment.
Yeah.
And they're public health officials. They're just
here to
concerned.
help.
They're just concerned about your health and safety. So let's get them. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. You mean this is not my beautiful wife? A Logan kidnapping suspect said he thought the woman he was trying to stuff into his trunk was his wife. Of course, he was wearing a black mask and black clothing at the time. Seems pretty premeditated. Boner candidate number 2. You got to have the right diet if you want to be Wolverine. That's what a California bodybuilder says. He eats raw meat with butter and veal testicles and lamb's livers and sheep's brains. And boner candidate number 3, hey, they're concerned about public health and safety. So let's get them.
All right, let's get to voting for round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should go forward to boner fight in this round 2. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 18, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2. Your vote here sends it forward to Boner Fight. We'll do that coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. I'll explain it after these. X96.
When Radio from Hell concludes, the music begins.
Crater. Spell it with me now. Crater, C-R-A-T-E-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring that quintessential Utahn LeGrand R. Dunn and his son, LeGrand R. Dunn II, or LeGrand Jr., as the family calls him. Let's join them now as they stand in the line to see Santa Claus at the mall.
Now you remember, Junior, tell Santy nice and loud what you want for Christmas.
Okay.
But only ask for them inexpensive gifts that we already discussed betwixt the 2 of us.
I'm afraid of Santa Claus, Dad. He won't hurt me, will he?
Oh, no, of course not. As long as you don't ask him for them expensive gifts.
Okay.
You see that little boy over there with the broken arm?
Yeah.
He asked Sandy for one of them fancy video game thingers. Sandy has a lot of work to do at Christmas time, and he can get a little bit testy.
Well, how come Santa Claus gives us presents at Christmas time? I mean, Christmas is his birthday, not ours. We should give Santa Claus presents.
What? You think Christmas is Santa Claus's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I knew I shouldn't have let you go to public school. I knew I should have kept up with that John and Vicky Singer home study plan. Christmas is not Sandy's birthday.
Well, whose birthday is it then?
Christmas is the birthday of Jesus Christ our Savior. And Jesus is the Son of God, the creator of the universe, and the creator of everybody and everything that's in it.
Everybody? I mean, did God create Batman?
Yes.
And Barney?
Yes.
And Coral Malone? And you and me and Mommy and even Santa Claus?
He is the creator of all things.
So I guess if God and Santa Claus got in a fight, God would win then.
That's it. We are getting out of this line, and we're going over to Temple Square right now. You have got some learning to do.
Yeah.
right, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Lemon Drop Cookies.
And Gracie's, you should go there and watch some of the NCAA tournament. They have nachos and beer and lots of TVs, and they would like you to come there and watch it. And only do that, though, if you're 21 years of age or older.
First of all, way to go, Brittany. Yay! She was a random boner voter and won Incubus tickets. And the boner winner, let's see, number 2, you got to have the right diet to be Wolverine. I didn't get very many votes at all. I thought it was worth more than 9 votes.
It should have been at least 10.
Yeah, 15 maybe. But no. Number 1, the guy who tried to kidnap the woman and then claiming that it was his wife. He thought it was his wife. It did okay, but not nearly good enough to beat number 3. Hey, they're concerned about public health and safety, so let's get them.
Because I remember seeing video of crazies standing out in front of Angela Dunn's house.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that here locally.
They're
so yeah,
just
there's
trying to help.
Yeah, there's your boner round 2. It is now qualified to be, well, boner of the day. It'll depends on how well it does going up against the winner of round 1. We'll take the winner of round 1 and this winner of round 2, put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll vote for boner of the day, and then Dave the Flower Guy will come in and just tell us who boner of the week is.
Gina pointed out earlier in the show that this is the first anniversary of the earthquake.
Second anniversary.
Is it second?
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago. Time flies when you're not having any fun. Second anniversary, and we were on the air at the time. COVID was kicking around.
Just starting to kick
in. Kind of kicking around. We were all nervous about that. I think we were maybe even talking about, well, I don't remember exactly what we were talking about, but Carrie has a recording of what we were doing on the air at the moment we were struck by that earthquake. What time of the day was it?
7:09, I think.
7:09?
Now, I'm pretty sure this is the edited one.
If not, have the button ready, Nick.
Have the ready, Nick.
I said the S word, I believe.
Which is understandable.
It was an earthquake.
Well, and you have to remember, the studio there in Salt Lake is actually not in a building. It's between 2 buildings. It's like this walkway kind of a thing.
It's a bridge.
It's a bridge that extends over an open space. There's a driveway underneath our studio.
Yeah.
And so we're between these 2 buildings, which means that we're shaking even more than the rest of the town was because of where we're positioned. So let me play this for you. And I think this is the edited version. Be ready, Nick. All right? Okay.
This is what happened.
For those who don't know, we're talking about Dave the Flower Guy. He decides who boner of the week is.
And we had said, I called him last week and said, Dave, we don't want you to come into the studio on Friday. We'll call you and you can pick the boner of the week on the phone. And he said, okay. And so we called him and we didn't get an answer this past Friday. I called him yesterday and I said, Dave, are you okay?
We're having an earthquake.
Yep. No.
Oh, we are having an earthquake. That is a bit of an earthquake there. Oh my.
Are we still on the air?
We're still on the air.
Okay. We're downtown Salt Lake and the whole building is shaking like hell.
Yeah.
It's letting go now. It's stopping. But that was certainly an earthquake.
Yes, it was.
Are we still on the air?
We're still on the air as far as I know.
Is there any way to determine that? If you can call the radio station.
This is a recording. I want to point out that this is a recording of 2 years ago.
Now you don't hear me on that at all? Because the second it started happening, I did what you're supposed to do, which is dive under a table.
Unless you're a broadcaster, and then you are supposed to stay on the air and provide vital information for the people who might need it.
And
that was
we were
pretty
just
scary.
Now, Greg says that the COVID lockdown was issued March 11th, 1 week before the earthquake. And so I think we were talking about the COVID lockdown, but then us feeling unsafe in that, you know, again, this is not a building we're in. We're on this breezeway thing. We decided that we'd start doing our show from home, and we have been ever since.
Now, the people who manage the building that we're in, the Broadway Tower, there's Ruth's Chris on one side, and then there's an office tower on the other side. And the people who manage the building on that day, right after that, I mean, I was prepared to stay there on the radio, but they said you have to leave the building.
They needed
get out of the building. We got to determine if it's safe. There might be further aftershocks. We need to determine if there's been any serious damage. You've got to leave the building. So after we checked with our loved ones to make sure they were okay, I went out front and waited around. I forget why I was waiting around something, and right in front of the building, and there was another tremor, another aftershock.
And I was home. I was home by the time that happened, and I experienced it here at the house.
Which was really disconcerting. I thought, wait a minute, I'm standing here, and this building could fall on me. And then I went out to Todd's house, our program director, out in Farmington, and we kind of did updates and as much as
he already
we could
had the
from there.
ability to do what we're doing right now from home. Todd already had that ability. And I ran out to the front. We all were leaving the building because that's what you're supposed to do. And Fox 13 was out there on the street. Scott McCain was out there.
Yeah.
And I remember, because this is the morning, and remember when Festus used to work the morning show at Fox?
That's right.
I went up to the TV camera, the live shot camera, and I talked into the camera because I knew Festus would be looking at that at work. And I'm like, I love you. I hope you're okay.
Scott McCain said, "You love me? Really?"
Not you. I'm talking to my son.
Ivy says, I still have PTSD from that day and the next month of aftershocks. Oh, yeah. And for a year afterward, and the snowplow would go by, and you just
Well, I think it was a day later. I go to bed way before my family. And it was a day later, I think, and I'm in bed, and I'm going, wait a minute, is that a truck going by, or is that an earth? And and then this alarm went off. I had installed an earthquake alarm on my phone, and it went off, and I looked at my phone. Yeah, that's an earthquake. And I went downstairs, and I said, did you guys, and they didn't even feel it on the first floor. On the second floor, they said, what? No. I said, yeah, we just had a pretty significant tremor there.
And Nick was just saying he just barely has stopped having...
Yeah, like I told you guys off air, it's funny we bring this up because last night I was thinking about how every time I went to bed I would feel the tremors as I tried to fall asleep.
I don't get that, but every once in a while I don't get that feeling of tremors or anything, but every once in a while I just think about it, like... and I live in a house that's all unreinforced masonry. It's right on
it's
the
coming
Wasatch
down like
Fault.
a ton of bricks? Is that what it's going to do?
And that's literally.
Yeah.
Not figuratively, literally.
Tom, from Iconoclad downtown, we were still open and selling masks. We dressed up in all of our shoulder pads and apocalypse gear because what the hell? And the aftershocks were great fun.
Yeah.
I have great security footage. Shaking like hell. I'll repost them sometime. Cats running everywhere.
Cats.
Mass hysteria. Is what...
And a texter asked, "Did you feel that became very popular?"
Yeah.
After...
Did you?
Hey, was it? No, it was.
I work next to train tracks. It gives me PTSD every time a long train goes by. Oh, yeah, that...
Of course, the brunt of it was out in Magna, right?
Yeah, out in Magna.
There was some significant damage there.
Yeah. Anyway, 2-year anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Stalled vehicle southbound I-15, 158th south on the right shoulder. Northbound I-15 at 52nd south. There's a crash at the on-ramp there. And another crash southbound I-15, 109th south on the right shoulder there. Let me check our message stream. Nope, you're all just reliving the earthquake there. So enjoy that. If you see something, though, you can text it to us. 33986 is where you do that. Let's see. Rise Against live at the Complex this July 26th. You can go to x96.com for more information.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way, and the president of Real Salt Lake is going to be calling us. One of our old bosses, actually.
Oh, yeah.
John Kimball will be calling us in to talk about the game this weekend on the way. KXRK Provo.
So my daughter yesterday came downstairs and she said, I took a personality test and I am the rarest personality type in the world.
Which is what?
Well, there's this test called the Myers-Briggs test.
I'm taking this test right now. You send it to us.
I'm doing it now.
I'm trying to take it while you're talking, so go ahead.
And I think one of her classes at school, this was an exercise they were doing like in health class or something, but she was quite proud of the fact that she was the rarest personality type in the world, which is, there's a bunch of different kinds. There's the architect, the logician, the commander, the debater, the advocate, the mediator, the protagonist, the campaigner, the defender, the executive, the counsel. There's a bunch of them.
Says 16. Isn't that what it means? 16 personalities?
And she was an advocate, which is someone that's, they say like Nelson Mandela is an advocate, and Mother Teresa is an advocate, and that sort of. So she was very excited, and she said to my husband, she said, Dad, I want you to take this test because we are so similar. I bet you're the same.
I thought she was going to say, I want to move to South Africa.
I bet you're the. Now these tests, who knows how accurate they are. However, I look at how it describes her, and my husband was like, I don't think we're going to be the same. He took the test. He is the same as her. And I took the test, and I am not the same as them. They are advocates.
Did it indicate that you had a personality?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm a mediator. I am.
No kidding.
No, but so if you say these tests are bunk,
I don't think they're bunk.
That doesn't surprise you when you hear that that's what mine is, right?
No, I think that they're. That they can be one gauge, one way of looking at a person and trying to figure out what they're like.
Yeah.
It's not everything, but
I found it very very interesting. But it says mediators you may know, people that share my personality type. William Shakespeare.
Well, your personality type?
Mine.
Yours, okay.
Alicia Keys, Bjork.
Yeah.
Bjork.
Tom Hiddleston. I don't know why.
Tom Hiddleston is
Yeah,
there?
I don't know why.
Okay.
But the last one they say, the mediators you may know, famous people that share your personality type. Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts.
So this
I
is
wish
why
you'd
I
sent
want you
this-
guys to take
I
the
wish
test.
you had
so-
sent this early enough. We could.
Yeah, this is taking a while,
I'm
actually.
trying to get through it here, and I can't. I'm not going to be able to get through it through the.
I think there's like 30 questions. Maybe you guys can take it, and we've got time before the end of the show. We can revisit it.
Okay, I'm going to stop taking it right now because I can't focus on. Can you focus on two things at once?
Is that a
disagree?
question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I disagree.
You have got detailed education or career development plans stretching several years into the future. Well, hell no. You rarely dwell on your regrets. No, I dwell on my regrets constantly, so
Do
that
you
would
really?
be disagree? All right, okay.
You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly. What are we talking about?
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys keep taking this during the commercials, and then maybe we have some space later in the show, I think, where we can get your results. And if people want, I'll tweet out this test if you want to take the test too. I found it to be very accurate.
You usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible. Well, let's not do this. Let's not.
Let's not do this.
Let's
now.
not do this now. Let's do it sometime later. Okay.
All right. Well, okay.
Okay, does that sound like a plan?
All right. We'll take it off.
I'm
the air.
mediating this. I'm helping us through this.
We'll see. All right. Because 30 years.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
You
find
heard
the year.
that song first on X96. I guarantee it.
94, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else was playing it when we did.
August of 94. And if you look it up, profoundly horrifying song lyrics.
Do you want to die?
Possum Kingdom by the Toadies. And yes, if you look at the lyrics, yeah.
Now, I wasn't paying attention. Are the words Possum Kingdom in there at all?
No.
I don't think so.
So why is it called Possum Kingdom?
I don't know.
Do we know? I usually look stuff up like that, but I was sort of
Let
otherwise
me see
occupied.
if I can figure it.
I was looking up the information about my wife's roller derby event.
Make up your mind. Decide to walk around with me around the lake tonight by my side. I'll not be a gentleman behind the boathouse. I'll show you my dark secret. Yeah.
Oh, Possum Kingdom is a lake. So that kind of makes
that must
sense.
be it.
It's where the boathouse is. All right. Now anyway, are the toadies still active? Are they out and
sure.
about? You're sure?
I'm fairly. I mean, I don't know today.
They didn't break. Well, that's what I meant.
They didn't break up. No.
When I say if they're still active,
I don't believe they're currently touring. Maybe they are, but no, they're not broken up.
Okay. Thank God. I mean, you know, I'd like.
God. That's a
thank God.
That gets a thank God.
Yes. Aren't you? I've been hanging on every moment, hoping for a new Possum Kingdom. You know, a new song as good as Possum Kingdom.
Now, Bill, if we have a moment here.
Yes, we do.
A Lenten update.
Oh, okay.
Stupid Lent.
So Bill's participating in Lent for some reason. Only in that he's giving up something. I don't think he's doing anything else associated with Lent. But
Because you challenged me to give something up.
And I am so proud of you, Bill. Bill is not drinking at all, as far as I know.
How do you know I'm not cheating, huh?
I
I'm not.
don't think you are.
I'm not.
And last night, Mohammed's basketball game, which they won, by the way, they're going to the championship, was at 8 o'clock last night, which means 9 o'clock, the game's over, and we're getting ready to head home, and he's hungry.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, can we stop at McDonald's and
No.
get
Say no.
hungry?
You could say no.
And I said sure, because he was hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And we go through the drive-through, and I'm driving the car, and he's in the passenger seat, which means when they hand me the bag with his burger and fries in it, I have to handle the bag, and it passes in front of my nose, and I can tell just by scent that these are hot fries.
Rather than the cold
these are
fries
not-
that McDonald's usually sells.
Sometimes you get there in the wrong cycle of when the new fries come out. Sometimes you're at the end of the cycle.
I will not question fries when it comes to Gina.
Why do you know this?
Nick knows what I'm talking about.
Oh,
He
yeah,
knows.
100%. You got to time it.
Yeah. If there were an app, that would be helpful. Like that just sort of fries are hot right now. That would be helpful. I would like, but so I take it from the nice man. It passes in front of my nose, and the burger's on the bottom, and the fries are just sitting there on top. And it would have been so easy to just take just two, and then hand him the bag, and I didn't.
Don't break your arm patting yourself on the back, okay?
I was so
That's
proud
what my
of
mother
myself.
always used to say. Don't break your arm patting yourself on the
Gina,
back.
Bill had liquor delivered to his doorstep yesterday.
I did.
He's also.
I stood there holding 2 bottles of wine in my hand, looking at Jimmy and saying, "Stupid Lent."
Now back to you doing this for Lent, Bill. I don't remember her challenging you.
No, you
It
offered
seems
it
like
up.
you stepped up and just said, "I'm gonna." I don't remember her saying, "I'll bet you can" or anything like that.
No, I don't either. I think it was sort of it was implied that I couldn't possibly figure out how hard it was for Gina because I've always made fun of the fact that she's giving up, oh boy, French fries for Lent,
and
I
Bill,
still do.
And because here's what happens during Lent, and this has probably happened to you. You've wanted a drink, and then you think, oh, wait, no.
I want one right now.
Do that, and that's what it's supposed to do. And I know you don't care about Jesus so much, but if you just use that as an opportunity to think about other people's sacrifices that they do, it gives you a pause in your day when you go, no,
I don't
you
think about that at all. I only think about Jesus, I'd like a drink. That's where Jesus comes into it.
That's where Jesus comes in.
I'd like a drink. I don't think about other people's sacrifices. I think about mine.
Now, Gina knows a lot about French fries, but I don't think she knows as much as our chat room.
Oh, no, what?
It says here, If you ask for the fries without salt, they have to make a fresh batch. And then you can add your own salt.
Oh.
So carry a salt shaker in the car.
Yeah.
I can do that.
It's actually that way with every custom order at fast food places because they have everything ready to go, right? But if you're like, oh, I want a McDouble without ketchup, they have to make it fresh, and then you just add the ketchup afterwards.
Yeah, you can always get hot fries. Yeah, more and more people get salt packets. Ask them for a packet of salt.
I like that.
And then say I want.
And the smell of the French fries. I had French fries and a hamburger for dinner Wednesday night, and I went and picked up the hamburgers, two large orders of fries, and I brought them home, and we consumed them, and it was great and everything, and the French fries smelled wonderful in the car. And but then I went out and got in my car over 24 hours later, and it still smelled like French fries.
But that's a different. That's not the good French fry smell.
Oh,
that's,
yes, it is.
That's the old cold.
No, it's still good.
Oh, now I got more people who are saying that you don't have to ask for salt-free fries. You can just request fresh fries.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems like too much. It seems like you're asking for too much.
Well, if the drive-through line is pretty busy, they have time to. It doesn't take long for them to throw them in there. So if you're at the speaker and you say, "Could I have those French fries fresh, please?" By the time you get to the window, they'll be done and out.
I'll try that after Lent.
Texter says you can request a new batch of fries be made on the spot, salt included.
Stupid Lent.
Now here's a recording of Jimmy on the porch with.
I need alcohol. Where can I find alcohol? Where?
So, and my voice gets really high when I need a drink.
I know, right? All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got Boner Fight coming up. Find out who Boner of the Day is, and then we'll have Boner of the Week. And John Kimball from Real Salt Lake will be here as well. X96. Radio from Hell here with...
We're broadcasting here from Namche Bazaar in Nepal. We're sitting in my room at the Zomling Guest House and Panoramic View restaurant. I met the owner a few minutes ago and did a little interview with him. Maybe you'll hear some of that coming up on the show at some point. An interesting man. His name is Saddam Sherpa, and he is he's from Tibet. He came here from Tibet. And I was just going to ask Geljan, you don't mind being on the radio for a second, do you, Geljan? I'll come over and sit by you. I heard people asking you today about Sherpa. What is that? Is that a last name, or what is it, or why do they say Sherpa?
Yeah, Sherpa means the name of our caste. We have different family name. Like, for example, my name is Furgeljan Sherpa, and then my family name is Lama. Yeah, so I really want to make it clear the people who are very confusing about the Sherpa people. The people think the Sherpa is like our name of our profession. So it's wrong. So Sherpa means our caste name.
It's your caste name. And what does Sherpa mean? You told me that today.
Yeah, Sherpa means in our language that we are Eastern people. We came, Shar means East, Pa means people, and we came from the East part of Tibet. So that's why.
Why did you all come here from Tibet?
Yeah, there's a quite confusing. Somebody says there's two things. Somebody says maybe that time there was very big influenza disease, and so the people were very scared, and they come over here to the Nepal. And somebody says there was a war. There's like a civil war, and then there's a people they lose the war, and then they came over here. And but yet we don't know which one is true.
And this was hundreds of years ago, right?
No, it's approximately 500 years ago. We don't have exact data.
Yeah, 500 years ago. And from what I've heard you say about Tibet, I mean, there's a kind of a longing for Tibet. Is that true? If somehow you could go back to Tibet, is there some feeling like that?
So I'm really confused about your question.
I mean, you hold Tibet with a great deal of reverence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Tibet is, of course, really no more. And we'll talk to Geljan later on in the trip too. He's very worried. He thinks the Sherpa people are going to be no more at some point. And so we'll talk about that. But that's it for now. I'm Bill Allred, broadcasting at the Zamling Hotel and Panoramic View Restaurant in Namche Bazaar, Nepal.
Is Jim Cramer that finance channel guy that David Letterman took apart once?
Yep.
Or Jon Stewart did. I mean, it was Jon Stewart.
Everybody has.
Yeah.
He's
that sort of reminds me. I don't know why it reminds me so much. He's talking about his wife that way. It reminds me of G. Gordon Liddy, and G. Gordon Liddy had a talk show. And for those of you who don't know, G. Gordon Liddy was one of the people who broke into the Watergate and the whole Nixon scandal. And he was a former CIA guy and a real tough guy. You know, he hold his hand over a candle and, you know, that kind of a guy. And he had this talk show on the radio, and he talked about his wife a lot, Mrs. Liddy. And at one point he described her like this. Mrs. Liddy is terrific. We were at the airport the other day, and she's got the strength of a lowland gorilla. She started just throwing the baggage up there, you know, I miss Gordon Liddy, is what I'm saying. I miss Gordon Liddy. The stacked and packed calendar, remember that?
I don't miss him at all.
Oh, he was so entertaining.
For all the wrong reasons. Let's see, 9:20. We do have Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for that. We'll have that for you in about 7 or 8 minutes.
Dolly Parton, she wanted to be off the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ballot. Remember that?
Yeah.
Just earlier this week we were talking about.
This sounds like sponsorable content.
You bet. Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
Well, she asked to be removed from the ballot, but the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is keeping her on the ballot.
Why would they do that if she asked to be taken off?
All of us in the music community have seen Dolly Parton's thoughtful note expressing her feeling that she has not earned the right to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In addition to her incredible talent as an artist, her humility is another reason that Dolly is beloved by a beloved icon by millions of fans around her. From its inception, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and rock and roll in general has had deep roots in rhythm and blues and country music. That's true.
That is. Yeah.
It is not defined by any one genre. this is making sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Rather a sound that moves youth culture.
Exactly.
Dolly Parton's music impacted a generation of young fans and influenced countless artists that followed. Her nomination to be considered for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame followed the same process as all of the other artists that we have considered. Dolly's recommendation, along with 16 other nominees, was sent out earlier this month to our 1,200 general ballot voters, the majority of whom are musical artists themselves. And they said no, she should be in there. I think that's a pretty good statement, a pretty solid statement about, and it kind of answers the question, when people say, well, why is that artist being put into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? What's that got to do with rock and roll?
Exactly.
Well, probably a lot. If you think about the roots of rock and roll. And
I've never understood the people who go, that shouldn't be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm like, no, you got to look a little closer than just,
Maybe if you started putting opera stars in there, might be a little suspect. But other than that, any kind of popular music, I think, makes sense. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, they've got financial secrets that they do not want to give up. James Huntsman wants the public to know some of those financial secrets that he says led a California court last fall to reject his accusations of fraud against the church, with the prominent former Utahns' headline-grabbing lawsuit over millions of dollars in tithing now before the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. He is seeking to unseal information filed under wraps by church attorneys last year as they sought to disprove his allegations that top Latter-day Saint leaders misled, and I think he means continuing to mislead, members about how their tithing money was spent. The San Diego area resident and son of the late Utah industrial philanthropist John Huntsman Sr. Asserts in a new legal brief that it appeared from the church's redactions to documents filed with the U.S. District Court that its primary concern here is concealing the amount of money that it has. The sealed information in question does not reveal proprietary trade secrets, does not reveal corporate strategies. It merely wants to show the source of funds used to develop the City Creek Mall.
I think for tax-exempt status, that should all be public information.
That was James Huntsman's, I think, his tipping point when the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints built the City Creek Mall, and he said, wait a minute, my tithing money is not supposed to go to things like that. The church has always insisted that tithing money is used only for things pertaining to, you can use it for building if you're building a new temple or a new chapel, or you can use it for charitable. And the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints certainly does a lot of charitable work around the world, and certainly builds a lot of temples.
Do you think it's splitting hairs if they say, well, we take your tithing and we invest it, and your original tithing money, that only goes to those things, but whatever money we make on your tithing money is what we use to do things like City Creek? And
I don't know legally, but I would suspect that legally, while it may seem like splitting hairs, legally, the court would go, well, okay, yeah. If just that direct, that direct tithing money went to doing that, the fact that it also,
I don't know, but
the fact that it all, well, they have asserted that, they have said that, but the fact that so the original tithing money goes to the projects that it should, the fact that that tithing money serves another purpose, and that is it makes money. That's a different thing.
I would think that with the tax-exempt status that there should be some sort of clause with it that says, we need to be able to look at your books and know these things. You know,
Huntsman's attorney said, what we have here is a tax-exempt organization that claims it did not mislead the public as to how it used its tax-exempt funds. The tithing money is tax-exempt. And yet they're fighting hard to prevent the public from seeing how it actually used those funds. It is patently unfair for the church, on the one hand, to publicly accuse Mr. Huntsman of making unfounded allegations, while on the other hand refusing to disclose the very documents that purport to refute Mr. Huntsman's allegations. Interesting.
It'll be interesting to see where it goes.
Well, it's in the appeals court right now, so they may, overturn it. Finally, this last story. It's a video. You should seek it out if you haven't seen it, because it's very strange. There is a kid on a zip line in the rainforest. This is a young, pretty young kid, and he's starting out on a zip line, and I've done this in a rainforest, and it's tremendously fun and really unusual and pretty safe. But he's starting down, and he's going pretty fast, and then there are breaks. They can break it because there's a sloth hanging on the zip line.
Oh no!
Just now he didn't run into the sloth.
Good.
The sloth was not injured, nor was the kid. But he was in Costa Rica, which is where I went ziplining, and he finds a sloth just hanging. He runs. He did kind of run into it, but it wasn't injured. The kid was okay, and the sloth was okay. But it's just really bizarre to see this sloth.
He hit it a little bit hard because you could see like a poof of dust a little bit as you come down. But
sloths are known dust mops.
But the sloth still hangs onto the wire as it's like pushed along. So
and then you can see him kind of crawling away in that sloth-like manner, which is very slow.
Keep the sloths.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
I like this story about the sloth. It says, no worries, dude. All good, cool. Let me slowly get out of your way. So here we go, the Boner Fight, winner of round one. I think I know how this is going to go. The winner of round one was, what's his name? Kanye West's former girlfriend, Julia Fox. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend very long, I don't think. But Kanye has been threatening Pete Davidson and in turn threatening his ex-wife, or soon-to-be ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, been threatening them with physical violence. Julia Fox is defending Kanye, saying he wouldn't hurt a fly. This is just an artistic expression.
Artistic expression.
Yeah. Now, if somebody really gets hurt, will it be an artistic expression, Julia? I don't know. That's going up against number two. Hey, listen, they're concerned about public health and safety, so let's get them. Local health officials reporting threats, vandalism, harassment during the pandemic. It's just not worth it. Over 220 of the health departments surveyed, 220 people have left their jobs because they're either afraid or just don't want to put up with the bull crap anymore. That's number two.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one should be Boner of the Day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy way to vote. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight March 18, 2022. Now, when you get to X96, you might not see that box right away. x96.com. Refresh your internet browser. It'll appear because we just put it up there. Click and vote. And this is Boner of the Day. Let's go. You have until the end of these messages. Vote.
The music starts at...
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, Bill and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
Mancow.
sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine, and on the copy machine is sitting a big. It's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord,
Okay.
fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No. Anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there and it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then
How
I think,
curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange
Wait a
in
minute,
there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went, oh,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No. So sorry, I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just I'm just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
right. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by Aglio e Olio and a nice green salad.
And save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
Okay, now, Boner candidate number 1. So will it be art if somebody gets hurt then? It actually got more votes than I thought it would.
Oh.
But it sure didn't win.
No.
It's the people threatening public health officials.
Yes.
Harassing them. That one.
That's your Boner of the Day for today, March 18, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. We'll do that for you after these. Go ahead and hit that, Nick. And let's
The
get
following is a sponsored feature.
John Kimball on the phone.
Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going?
How
It's
are
going
you?
well. John, I understand that we can't call you the interim president of Real Salt Lake anymore.
No, they have removed that as part of my title, and so yeah, I'm proud to be the president.
Oh, I thought it was going to be assistant or something.
Assistant to the general manager.
Yeah, that's it.
John, what does that
John
mean?
Kimball is who we're talking to.
Yeah, Carrie mentioned that.
Yeah.
John Kimball is president now of Real Salt Lake. How does that? What does the president do?
I think delegation is what I'm good at. So.
Yeah, I know that.
How are you guys doing? It's
We're
been
doing
a long
well.
time since I speak to you all.
It has been a while. John was a former boss of ours a long time ago.
Yeah, he was. John was. Were you the president of this company for a while?
I think I was the assistant to the assistant general manager. So.
But as the president of Real Salt Lake, I mean, we know what a coach does. We know what the players do. But I think I'm not clear what the president of a team
There's the
does.
Bill. There's the buck, and then it gets passed along, and then it lands on John's desk.
It has
and
to stop
stops
there.
That's right. Yeah. No, primarily focused on the business side. Do work on the team side as well. But there are people much brighter than me that are helping our coaches and players and helping us see success on the field.
It's, Real Salt Lake has gone through a little period of being sort of the instability or uncertainty with management changes. Where are you all in that process now?
So we are just over about 60, 70 days of new ownership. We had Ryan Smith, local Jazz owner, and a gentleman named David Blitzer have joined together as owners of the club, and we're excited to have them both on board. Ryan brings, obviously, the local connections, and then David also owns the 76ers, the New Jersey Devils, and about 6 other soccer clubs around the world. And so he brings a very global feel. So it's a perfect ownership group for us, and we're really excited to have them on board.
Does that affiliation with those other soccer clubs help Real with their recruiting abilities?
Absolutely, and that's part of the strategy. We've already got a player that came from a team in Germany who was playing for us now and scored a goal for us in the last game. So we're already seeing some of those benefits.
Has any of this instability that's now resolved itself, thank goodness, it hasn't really affected the fan base, though, has it?
You know, it did at first. You know, between that and COVID, you know, it was an interesting couple of months for us to go through and not being able to fill the stadium. But I can proudly say that we're coming back very strong. We're, you know, just over 2,000 new season ticket holders, and we sold out our first game. We had a lightning storm, a hailstorm, and then a snowstorm, but we were able to beat Seattle at our home opener. And then we're looking forward to having another 20,000 out tomorrow.
You're playing Nashville. What is their team name? Nashville what?
That's a great question, Bill. I
I'm
knew you were
sorry,
gonna
John.
stop.
Say football
I call
club.
them Nashville.
Just Nashville.
Yeah.
Let's just say the Strikers, and you'll be okay.
The Strikers.
Football
Yes.
club. I'm telling you, it fits all.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
So you've obviously accepted the position. Are you happy where you are? Because John, just on a personal level, I mean, I think you're a great guy, and I like you a lot. So.
No, thank you. Thank you. No, it's been great. I was the first employee of Real Salt Lake and working with Dave Checketts back in the day, and then was able to also work with Deloy Hansen, and then to see, to have my career take me back to the club. I'm excited to be there. We've got a fantastic employee base, and then we've got an amazing community that supports the club. So it's a perfect match.
Well, and tomorrow's going to be, you've got great weather expected. Looks like 63 and clear. So,
yeah.
It sounds like a great time for some soccer.
When is no, you don't say kickoff. When is the start of the game? You just say
start
kick?
of the match?
Yeah.
7:30, yes.
7:30.
Against Nashville, what did we call them? The Strikers?
Yeah.
Football club.
Yeah.
Football club.
Oh, it's
Nashville.
okay. Yeah, football club. John, congratulations. I'm glad you are where you are, and you came up well, and you came out of this well, and the team has come out of it in great shape. And congratulations, and I hope to see you soon.
Well, thank you guys, and I always appreciate your support. And please know you're always welcome. We'd love to have you come out to the game.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Make a trip out one of these
And
days.
it's Nashville Soccer Club. Nashville SC. Soccer.
I was close.
Okay.
And where can we get tickets, John? Where do we go?
RSL.com, or just show up tomorrow at 7 o'clock or so, and we'll get you in.
All right. Thank you very
John.
much. Talk to you later. All right. So we'll take a break. We'll be back to crawl towards the exits and boner of the week after these. X96.
Come to JR Tallywhackers, down on JR Tallywhackers. It's a great, big, beautiful joint.
If you like sausage, you'll love the brand new restaurant we've erected in Salt Lake City. Hi, I'm Rod Johnson, manager of JR Tallywhackers, where we're serving up lots of hot food and lots of hot fun.
Mine was so big I had to use two hands, and our order came so fast.
Tallywhackers is fun. Our waiters, Neil and Bob, slap the sausage into our buns right at the table. The protein shakes were thick and creamy, and there's always plenty of mayo. I'll come again and again.
All of our JR Tallywhacker handsome young waiters are selected through a rigid screening process. We make sure they're stacked and packed and ready for service. And you can't beat our food.
I'm only here for the food.
I love the casual atmosphere.
We're not just another restaurant with stuff on the walls. We're packing something special. We don't even have chairs at Tallywhackers. You just come on in and kneel at your table.
I always leave feeling so satisfied.
Try JR Tallywhackers Grand Opening Special, 99-cent footlongs, or try our all-you-can-eat buffet. I can't believe you're not eating at JR Tallywhackers.
Come to JR Tallywhackers, down on JR Tallywhackers. It's a great, big, beautiful joint.
Swing on in.
Okay, let's see, 9:47. I think Dave Matson is on the phone. Dave,
Ahoy, hoy.
Ahoy, hoy.
Dave is there. Yes, Dave the Flower Guy is with us. We've had him selecting the boner of the week for us for, well, we've been in business 30 years at X96. It's probably 25 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
25 years,
Yeah. I'm trying to remember how long it was that we moved into Trolley Corners, because that's where we met Dave, really.
Yeah. It was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Dave used to come down and view us through the. We did the show in a big aquarium, and he could come
it was
and
full of water.
people could come and watch us in the aquarium while we did the show. Back when it was good. Now,
back when we did things.
Yeah, Dave.
It's still good.
Oh,
it's still good.
Thank you, Dave. Dave pays very close attention all week. If you see him around town, he's got these big old yellow. You still use the yellow radio headphones, Dave?
No, they're great now. I wore out the other ones.
He wore them out. That's how much he listens to this radio station.
So here we go. We're going to tell you remind you of what the boner winners were, and then you can tell us who was the worst one, who won boner of the week. Number one from Monday. The wife has a home business that really works with my hobby because, well, she has a suntanning salon in our home, and my hobby is taking photos of naked girls. And so that's a guy in Sandy.
A fireman, I think, right?
Captain of the Sandy Fire Department. Arrested for child pornography, hidden cameras discovered in the home tanning salon there. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. Well, you're just sloppy, Burge, and you're dishonest, too. Representative Burgess Owens, required to report his finances, stated that he made money from speaking engagements, which is not allowed as a sitting congressman. He should know that. He did the same thing last time he filed, and he was called on it, and now he's done it again because, well, he or his people are just dumb and sloppy. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. When is somebody going to shut him up? The highest-ranking trans woman in the nation became the target of transphobic hate from Tucker Carlson. Dr. Rachel Levine. She was announced as one of USA Today's Women of the Year. Tucker Carlson went after her. And then I saw in the news today, and I didn't bring it up, but the Attorney General of Texas did the same thing. For whatever reason, I don't know. Because they're hateful, awful people. Number four, from Thursday. Phil, you could have just knocked on her door. Phil Lyman recently challenged the residency of his opponent, Davina Smith, who is a Navajo woman running for Phil's seat. He filed a claim saying she didn't live in the district. Didn't talk to her about it, didn't talk to her campaign people about it, just filed the claim. She said, I do live in the district, and Phil could have come and knocked on my door if he wanted to know of that. And then number 5 from today, hey, they're concerned about public health and safety, so let's get them. Okay, Dave, which one's the worst?
Number 1.
Number 1.
My wife has a home business that really works with my hobby. Yeah?
Good choice, Dave.
That's
That is
it.
a good one.
Yeah.
All
There you
right,
go.
David. Stay safe this week, okay?
Yeah, I gotta go up to my physical therapy.
Physical therapy?
Physical therapy.
Oh, okay.
Is that hard? Is it hard?
No, this is I don't know. This is my first appointment.
Oh, okay.
Well, good.
Good luck.
Where you? Well, it doesn't matter where you're going. I think you'll enjoy it, Dave. Make sure you tell us all about it next week, okay?
Okay.
All right. See you later.
Bye, Dave.
See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye, Dave. All right.
You would think that Dave might have had physical therapy all these years.
You would think.
But there was no one there to kind of take care of him and have it done.
Mowing
That's
lawns
true.
has been his physical therapy.
That's true.
Now, yeah, I mean, but somebody's looking after him. His mother looked after him, but
Yeah. But the state, you mean the...
well, no, I think his aunt, his mother's sister, I think, has had a lot to do with that. Dave, I think this will be great for him.
Sure.
He has a hard time walking, and because of his, and I don't need to go into all of that, but I think this will help him a lot.
Yeah.
Now, I just was looking at, just to change topics entirely.
Yes.
Celebrity birthdays, that's a thing radio shows do.
Yeah, it helps them in the ratings because,
Because
And,
people like celebrities.
And this is a birthday over the weekend that we might miss. And I know both Carrie and Bill that one of their oldest rock and roll friends is Eddie Money.
Yeah, the dearly departed.
Yeah, he died. Yeah.
But his birthday, so we won't be able to celebrate him because it happens over the weekend. So I just want to let you guys know so you can celebrate in your own way.
And we won't be able to celebrate it with him either.
No.
So.
I am, however, having a pack of cigarettes shipped to his grave.
Not flowers.
Not flowers, but a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Because that's what he asked for when he saw us.
Yeah.
You guys got to smoke?
Sorry, Eddie, I gave it up.
Damn it.
It's also a former Miss America and star of Penthouse Spread, Vanessa Williams.
Oh.
It's her birthday today.
Tomorrow, I'll be going to the roller derby. It's the 10th anniversary season of the roller derby in Salt Lake. Doors open at 6. 6:30 is when the action starts. My wife is one of the skaters, and you can get tickets for $10 in advance or $13 at the door. There are going to be carnival-style snacks and drinks available for purchase, and a raffle. It's a legal thing. It's legal what they're doing. They're raffling.
Whatever they're doing is legal.
It's legal. They've got a bunch of prizes, and they have a mechanism to give them away. So that's all good. And that's tomorrow. You can find out about that by going to eventbrite.com and then just look for roller derby.
All right. And don't forget to go see Bill today. Now, like on your lunch break.
Yeah, I'll be there at 11, Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy, helping kick off the international. They started yesterday. The International Sportsman's Expo.
It's also the second Mr. Britney Spears' birthday.
Kevin? No,
K-Fed. It's K-Fed's birthday.
Is that Kevin? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He's still alone.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Kevin.
It's Rosie O'Donnell's birthday too. I'm
she
sorry.
has to go to the bathroom.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, this will just catapult us in the ratings.
Queen Latifah is 52 today. Queen Latifah.
God bless the Queen. That's what I say.
Let's see.
I'm older than Queen Latifah. You know who I'm older than?
Who?
Just for a second here.
Many
Give me
people.
just a second.
Many people.
I'm 5 years older than Olivia Colman. Don't you think of her as being an older person?
Yeah.
5, not just a year. I'm 5 years older.
Well, it takes a lot out of you. She invented, of course, the Coleman lantern and the Coleman camping gear, and that takes a lot out of you, so she looks older. That's why.
I looked it up yesterday. I wonder how old Olivia Colman is. She's...
You sit around and wonder how old Olivia Colman is?
Yes.
Do something with your time, woman.
Well, she was, she was on the...
Olivia Colman has played the Queen, and Gina was sitting on the throne. So,
Also, remember, Gina, she's British.
That's true.
They age.
The chin thing.
Yeah.
They age.
Yeah.
Denver.
All right. Yeah, go see Bill today.
I'll be there.
I think we're good.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, you got to go.
Yep.
To go there.
Okay, bye.
I think we're all covered, Nick. Fine job as always. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
It happened.
As happens.
That's your sign off. Okay. Corey is next.